First day. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors special meeting on Monday, November 27th, 2023. We will begin a flag salute, which I will lead because Supervisor Jones is ill. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll now move to public comment. Is there anyone, persons may address the board on items not on this agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes per person since the time allocated for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard within the 15-minute time limit, the public comment period will be taken up at the end of the regular session. The board is not permitted to take any action on items addressed under public comment. Good morning, Jennifer.
County, I'll start with my little quote again. A false conclusion once arrived at and widely accepted is not easily dislodged, and the less it is understood, the more tenaciously it is held. So today I want to talk to you about wastewater. And when I say wastewater, I'm talking about after you go to the bathroom and you flush that water down the toilet into the sewer system. There is a company called Concentric. There is an article recently in Reuters, November 6th of 2023, and they're talking about using an AI automated formula to track disease, and they're going to work with the CDC and end up using this for international flights. This has been coming up a lot since 2020. In 2022 in San Diego, they did some stuff at a preschool trying to detect COVID and so on and so forth. And it actually was first called Waterborne Disease Outbreak Surveillance Reporting. So why is this even important? Well, basically what it can do during a pandemic situation or during emergency powers, if the government has that, is they could say, oh, we detected this here in your neighborhood and nobody from this neighborhood could leave. Or if they get it really exact, they'll get it to go to an individual person. New York passed this rule 213 where the state can take away anybody from their home for any disease, any communicable disease, whether it's pink eye, COVID, Lyme disease, which isn't even communicable. They can experiment on you and make you take medication against your will. They can keep you for any duration of time. And as we're seeing these kinds of things happening in other parts of the United States, I think it's important as we update our county general plan that we say no to water waste, AI testing and monitoring, because it will infringe on people's freedoms, I believe. And I just hope we will consider that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yeah, please come forward. Need your name for the record, please.
Okay, my name's Ann Hendrickson from Sisley Road in Penryn. I'm writing because I have concerns regarding historic Sisley Road and Callison Road in Penryn. As 40-year residents on Sisley Road, the old Lincoln Highway, we cherish its historic significance and character. We believe the character of the road helps slow motorists down. We know that widening and paving Sisley Road will encourage speeding. Walking, running, biking on the road is dangerous. Wildlife is run down on a regular basis. Since our road is the shortest distance to Project 8 from Taylor Road and the freeway, heavy grape and equipment hauling trucks and motorists high on alcohol will add to the danger. The residents have been given 3 choices about the road paving. First was completely covering Sicily Road with asphalt. Second, covering the road with asphalt except salvage a short original section of the Lincoln Highway. The third was running a concrete strip down the middle of the road and paving the sides with asphalt. No choice was offered to leave Sicily Road alone. So I suggest incorporating the second and third choices. Shore up the sides, run the concrete down the middle, and salvage any good original segments. This would satisfy the width requirements while preserving as much historic value as possible. For safety, add speed bumps, wildlife warning signs, and weight limit signs. Trucks hauling grapes can weigh up to 80,000 pounds. Regarding Callison Road, there are no speed limit signs on the straight part of Callison Road that runs from Taylor Road to the railroad crossing. There's a need for speed signs on the straightaway and speed bumps. Pedestrians, runners, and bikers use this road, and there's no way to get off when imbibing motorists approach. Additionally, wildlife signs are needed along Callison Road. There are groups of deer that frequent our neighborhood, as well as possum, raccoons, rabbits, waterfowl, bobcats, fox, and a bear. Please consider the suggested ideas to keep our citizens and wildlife safe and to preserve the historic quality of Sicily Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Janice Pettit, and I live on Blitz Lane. And the first thing that I'd like to address is the Highway 49 beautification, the walkway and retaining wall. When Highway 49 had its upgrade for bikes and pedestrians, we were shown drawings of how it would look. We and others at those early meetings requested that, in short, it all be made to look nice and fit in with the rural character. The walking path between Fulweiler and Palm was slated for the west side of the road with a concrete retaining wall with a nice brick detailing. The final project changed the path to the east side with a low solid concrete wall that has no detailing and a solid concrete pathway. Truthfully, it's very ugly. A retaining wall at Highway 49 and New Airport Road has brick detailing per the original plan, and it looks nice. However, a retaining wall at the intersection of 49 and Edgewood Road did not get any detailing, so that area is quite unattractive. So I've driven through other areas of California and especially Arizona and noticed how all of their structures, the attention they've paid to putting small detailing in makes a big difference about how people feel about where they live. So my request is to beautify those 2 areas on Highway 49. And a suggestion is to add the brick at the Edgewood retaining wall like the one at New Airport Boulevard so that it just, fits in better with our area. The other suggestion is to add colored tiles, maybe 4x4 or 6x6, one every 20 to 40 feet, something like that, using the area's natural colors on the walkway, the retaining wall along the walkway, maybe just like forest green, brick red, mustard, yellow, brown, something like that, just to give it a little character and have it be nice. And so that's my first topic. And the other one is about a restaurant on Highway 49 and Live Oak. I understand that in Vietnamese, PHO is pronounced pho, and so there's a restaurant there called, I'm going to say it slowly so I don't swear, Pho King Good. They know what they're saying. They used to have a trailer that read, "No Pho King Way." It's not there anymore, but they have hand-painted signs along the roadway, and one says, "Pho, you better here," and on the other side it says, "Pho, you," and has a picture of big red lips and a male genitalia. So I don't know what kind of business they're running there. Please look into that, and if nothing else, get them to change their name and signage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? I see none. Is there anyone online? Okay, we'll close public comment. Thank you for your participation. And now, since we have a little time before our 9:30 timed item, I would like to use the chair's discretion and move to item 7, department item 7A. Is that okay, Miss? All right. This is a proclamation, Clerk of the Board Supervisors Week. Is it a week for supervisors or is it for the clerk of the board? Approve a proclamation recognizing November 27th, 2023 through December 1st, 2023 as the California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Week. And I have a nice proclamation here that's been duly signed, and I will read it into the record. Proclamation recognizing November 27th through December 1st, 2023 as California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Week. Whereas California counties provide many services that are essential to the livelihood of Californians. And whereas the position of the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, Clerk of the Board, plays an integral role in the function of California county government. And whereas the Clerk of the Board performs many legally mandated functions that protect and preserve the rights of the citizens to an open and accessible government. And whereas the work performed by the clerks of the board is a time-honored and vital part of local government. And whereas the clerk's duties of record keeping is revered, their work among the earliest recorded documents on behalf of the public. And clerks have long pledged to maintain their neutrality and impartiality of the proceedings of government. And whereas the California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association, affiliate of the California State Association of Counties, is organized to promote the principles of good government, to represent the interests of clerks of the board with legislative bodies and other professional organizations, to encourage the development of professional growth and education, and to support the objectives of all regional groups established within the association. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of clerks of the board across the 58 counties in the state of California. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer on this day, November 27, 2023, does hereby proclaim the week of November 27th through December 1st, 2023 as California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Week in recognition of the high level of services bestowed upon the people of the County of Placer and the people of California by clerks of the board. Signed, Jim Holmes, Chair of the Placer County Board of Supervisors. So, I think we need to have a motion to approve this.
I'll make that motion, please.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Supervisor Landon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any comments or from the board members?
I have
Supervisor
a
Gustafson.
couple. Yes, to Megan and her team who do incredible work round the clock. I just want to know why we had 2 meetings in the week.
Yeah, what's going on?
Sorry, especially right after the holiday. It was a little hard. But for the public, you may not know how diligently this team works all weekend long, assembling all the public comments we receive, making sure that each of us receive all of your comments, bring them forward for deliberation at our board meetings. But in addition, she reminds us of many, many, many items, and especially when you're chair, you realize you get to work with her very closely, that she keeps on top of all of those issues, make sure we don't forget to recognize not only our staff, but the public in the room, has such a great legacy of history and keeping us on track As much as sometimes we take heat at certain Tahoe meetings for running behind schedule, that is rarely her fault. It is really our fault. And I just appreciate all of the hard work of your entire team in dedication, round the clock. I mean, I can text her anytime, and there she is responding. So, Megan, you've done an outstanding job for this county. I think your role is under-recognized in our hierarchy of our county support team, but it is, you know, that the five of us and our staff so appreciate your wisdom and leadership.
Sorry, you can't see. Here, let's go like this. You can see it. I'll echo everything that Supervisor Gustafson said. And Megan, I just think you are amazing. You do such an incredible job. I think we have such great people at Placer County, and you're just top notch and such a vital part of the team, you and your whole team. And as a manager, I would say you do such a great job of managing your team and keeping people on task and encouraging your team and just making sure they feel valued. And that's really important as well. So thank you for everything you do for us. And I just adore you. So thank you.
Any other comments?
I'll just echo the comments. Thank you,
Thank
Megan,
you.
and to your team. I don't need to reiterate what's already been said, but really appreciate your hard work.
Okay, without further ado, I'll bring this down for a picture.
Can I?
Oh,
you
I'm
mind?
sorry.
Sorry. I just thought that from the county executive office's perspective, I would want to echo all the same things that have already been said, but the amount of juggling and going down a path and reversing path and then changing to balance all the needs of all the departments. So on behalf of all the departments of the county and the county executive office, thank you for what you do and what your staff does under your leadership. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? All right.
Yes, actually.
Oh,
I just want to thank Megan on behalf of my team and county council. Megan manages to keep us sane, which is saying a lot, and she is solely responsible for admin records. And while that probably doesn't mean a lot to everybody else, it means everything to us. And she guards it, she maintains it, and we couldn't do it without you and your team. Thank you, Megan.
all right. And we'll bring this down. And if any of the board members want to join me, then.
Well, hopefully we didn't get behind schedule with that.
So looks like we have time for the department item number 6, human resources.
Good morning, members of the board. Chair Holmes, I'm Suzanne Holloway, HR Manager, and I'm here to present a variety of adjustments for you. What we're requesting is to introduce an ordinance waiving the oral reading to amend the uncodified schedule of classifications and compensation ordinance to revise the salary grades of the following classifications: supervising mechanic, assistant fleet services superintendent, Board of Supervisors District Chief of Staff, Board of Supervisors District Representative, and Board of Supervisors District Aide, and also to update the job title and salary grade for the classification of Deputy Director of Information Technology. been a little busy. So as you know, we normally will review classifications and compensation periodically to make sure we're in compliance with MOUs, we're competitive within the market, and our job descriptions are up to date. The first two classifications for your consideration, the adjustments were based on a review of the classifications for the supervising mechanic and the assistant fleet services superintendent. It was determined that there was less than the 10% differential between the supervising mechanic and its highest paid subordinate, which is the equipment mechanic welder, which puts us out of compliance with the PPO MOU. Therefore, we're requesting an adjustment to get us back in alignment and compliance with that MOU. As a result of that adjustment and a recent change in the reporting relationships in DPW, we're also requesting that the Assistant Fleet Services Superintendent be adjusted to prevent compaction as a result of the mechanic adjustment. So those are the two for DPW. For the Board of Supervisors district staff, in anticipation of the new contracts that will be coming for the coming calendar year, CEO Jane Christensen had requested that we do a market analysis in the fall of this year to make sure that the salaries of your support staff were competitive within the market. What we found was that the district chief of staff was significantly below labor market averages. Therefore, the request before you today will put that back in alignment with labor market averages. The district representative was created earlier this year, but we did look at that as well. We are requesting a 5% increase to the salary of that classification based on both internal alignment and the external market. And finally, for the extra help Board of Supervisors district aide, in doing some research, that position was traditionally aligned with the senior administrative clerk in the county. That's a classified position. And based on the scope and level of work performed, that seems to be consistent. Therefore, we're requesting a 1.6% salary increase, which will put that pretty much identical to the senior admin clerk. Finally, on behalf of the Department of IT, we are requesting a job title change and a salary adjustment for the Deputy Director of IT. You may recall that information technology used to be a division within the larger Department of Administrative Services up until 2019. That job class specification hasn't been used or really reviewed since that reorganization. So while our staff was looking at updating the content and in anticipation of the Department of IT filling that position, it was recommended that we change the job title to align with the department head classification of Chief Information Officer. And we also did a market analysis that determined that there was a slight salary increase that was recommended for that, as well as to recognize that this is now an assistant department head rather than an assistant division manager. In terms of fiscal impacts, the fleet services positions in DPW, the impact is approximately $40,500. For the Board of Supervisors district staff, it's $174,000, and for IT, it's about $11,000. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne. Appreciate that very much. A couple of questions. I'll start with the district aide position first. And so that's an increase to level it to the senior admin clerk. And that position, right, for us is a contract position, temporary. But what I think I shared with you or with Kate is that role for me now is it might be a part-time, but that person works regularly part-time, right? Because she's doing my scheduling and responding to constituents and keeping me on track. And so for me, it's really important that role stay well compensated. And there is a COLA with that position, correct?
Correct.
All right.
They will be commensurate with the general wage increases that fall within the unclassified non-management classifications.
That's great, because it's not really a temporary position in that, if you have somebody who works and does a really good job for you, I want her to continue to work for me.
Sure.
So thank you. And then for all of these, you did a market analysis, right? The IT, the mechanic, correct?
We
And
did
then
for the
chief of
IT.
staff.
Yeah, the two fleet services ones were based on compaction issues.
Okay.
Because we're also doing a classification study to update those job descriptions. We did look at the market. They were within market, so there wasn't any adjustments needed, but we did need to make the adjustment for the compaction issue.
And then a question for you about the chief of staff. So that's a new role, but at the time, we didn't have any increase. We just changed the title, correct, from district director
Yeah,
to that position. So there was no change in their salary when we made the title change, correct?
correct. But that was in February, but in June, they did get a 4% general wage increase, which was commensurate with the benefit group to which they were assigned.
Okay. And when was the last time there was a salary study done for this position?
A salary study,
Or when was the last time there was an increase in the compensation for that position, other than this last?
we
this
had
year?
a general wage increase in June of 2023. In July of 2022, that classification received a 4% general wage increase. There was nothing in 21, and then in 2020, they received a 2% general wage increase.
But that would be is that in line with the other bargaining groups?
Correct.
Right, so it's just the same type, but there hasn't been a real a study of the salary
Not
for
recently.
many, many years.
Normally, those are requested and,
Okay. We hadn't requested those.
right. So I would say probably it hasn't been looked at in the last 5 years at least.
Okay, and that's helpful. And then I think my understanding is that, right, these positions years ago used to be permanent employees. They're now contract employees, which means they're at will. And that we haven't done a salary study on that. So we've got really hardworking folks in all these other departments. We've done salary studies on, comp studies, right, to make sure that we keep our employees paid at a good rate. And so I appreciate your work in bringing these positions up to where they're commensurate with their colleagues in other areas.
Supervisor Landon.
Thank you. No questions, actually, just a couple comments. Just wanted to say I'm very supportive of this. I, especially as board members, you know, our salary is set dependent on the 3 surrounding counties, and so we're set at a certain limit. And so I rely heavily on my chief of staff, and it's very important to me. This goes throughout the county. You know, I want to be competitive. We can't compete with the private market, but I do want to make sure we can recruit and retain quality employees. And so I think, especially with the fact that this is a contract position, as Supervisor Gore brought up, if I lose re-election, then most likely my chief of staff will also lose her job. So I think compensating for that is important to me. And so I'm very, very supportive of this. I think it's well-deserved and well-earned, and especially in line with what we're doing with the rest of the county, which is evaluating what salaries are in other jurisdictions that are comparable, and then applying that here as well.
So I've got a couple questions. So the county executive officer brought this forward as a result of naming the chief of staff positions.
It was around, like you might recall, in February was when we created the district representative and we changed the district director to the chief of staff. So February, March, I know the question came up about, hey, we looked at salary, but they had just entered into a year-long contract. So the CEO had asked that around fall, as we get towards the end of the contract year, that HR do a study to see if we needed to make an adjustment for the new contract year. And that was the result.
And what did the study comprise of? Who did they analyze as far as other jurisdictions that had?
You're going to ask me to recite these. So we used the 8 jurisdictions that were approved by the board in May. Let me see if I remember these off the top of my head. Santa Barbara County, San Luis Obispo, Nevada, Sacramento, Sonoma,
Okay, that's not my.
Santa Cruz. There's 2 more.
So what's the?
Monterey.
Does Nevada County have a chief of staff for their supervisors?
You know, it varies by jurisdiction. That's why we use the chief of staff as kind of the benchmark to look at the whole series, because regardless of what it's called, we were looking at who is that right-hand person that's reporting directly to that elected board member and basically making things happen, you know. And so they might be called chief of staff, they might be called assistant to a board member. They varied. We don't necessarily look at job title, but we look at the job duties that are assigned, the level of authority and decision-making. And I can't recall off the top of my head what Nevada's was titled, but we did use the position that was serving as that right-hand first point of contact person.
So do each Nevada County Supervisor have a person designated as their district director, chief of staff, or is there one chief of staff for all of the board members?
I would have to get back to you. I believe they each have one, but I haven't, I'd have to look at the actual study that we did. We did look at that in terms of the averages for the entire market. I believe they have, or in the process of creating a management level first point of contact, but they did have a match. They might also, now that I'm thinking about it, Nevada may not have had a comparable classification at the time we studied it. Actually, that is what happened. So if we can't find an identical class, we'll put no comparable classification. I think that Nevada was one that we didn't have a comparable match per se, but the HR department that our staff spoke to did say they were in the process of creating something.
So now, are our Placer County staff members, even supervisor staff, are they entitled to a raise in next year, in 2024?
The Board of Supervisors staff?
Not the board,
Oh.
yeah, the staff.
Oh,
The
district chiefs of staff. They will be subject to any general wage increases that are assigned to the management benefit group for the new contracts.
But you don't know what that number is?
I believe
Is
it's
it 4%?
around
Yes.
there, yes.
So you're asking me to approve a 19% increase to the chief of staff for next year?
For next year, yes. So 15% to get them in alignment with the market so that they're set at the average. And then they would be, any further increases that come up would be whatever's assigned to that benefit group. And I believe there is one additional general wage increase anticipated for June of next year.
So did this request come from staff to the county executive officer?
Yes.
Okay. I need more information about this before I can make a decision on it, and I'm not going to support it at this time.
Mr. Chair, I had my light on. I don't know if
Oh,
you
I'm
can
sorry.
see. You
You've got-
can't see it from down there. That's
Couldn't see
okay.
it, yeah.
My understanding, I did a little bit of research on this because I, too, am concerned about the amount. But from what I understand, we haven't adjusted these salaries since 2006 or 7, that we really looked at a comparable study. And so that's a long time to have been falling behind, and these are contract employees. But what I think is most important here is that we're using the same labor market that we use for all other county employees, and that is correct.
Yes.
And that is what the board established. So there are jumps at times when we have fallen behind since maybe almost over 10 years, 15 years of not looking at this. So if you look at it in that context, to me, I can support this because it looks more like a 1% increase over 15 years to make up that differential that we've fallen behind for these key positions. But as long as we're consistent with all other county staff, and that's what the board's direction has been, is to change. We all voted in support of that new labor market that, in fact, looked at our surrounding counties, which is what we had usually based things on, and realized that isn't where we're losing jobs to. We're losing jobs to the bigger counties that are more similar to our population and complexity. So I think that is as long as it's consistent and HR has said it's consistent, I can support that. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Chair, I had a question for you, actually. I was just wondering what additional information would be helpful for you in order to move forward
Well,
with this?
quite frankly, I don't think I've been fully briefed on this. I wasn't notified of this until the HR director brought it forward. And I had some comments, and I talked to the acting CEO as well, and I had quite a few comments, so I just can't support it now. And Supervisor Gustafson, your bottle is blocking your light, so I couldn't see.
I moved it before,
No,
but
the other one.
after I saw that. Can
The
you
other
see it
one.
now?
Okay, yeah, all
No
right.
problem.
All right.
I'll put my coffee over there.
So any public comment on this item? Is there anyone online? All righty. All right.
So, Mr. Chair, I certainly appreciate your concerns. At the same time, I think that staff has done really what we always want, is to make sure that we do comps on our employees and make sure they're paid a fair wage. And I think that this is something very sorely overdue, since it hadn't been since 2007 that there had been a study. And so I will move forward with the proposal and all the changes that HR has recommended for all the positions.
All righty.
Is that a motion? That was a motion?
Yes.
Okay. I will second it, and I also just want to add the comment that I think I was briefed a couple weeks ago on this and felt like I had all my questions answered, and appreciate the fact that you gave me a heads up and came back a second time with answers to the questions that I had, and so I just want to say thank you for that.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Gore, second by Supervisor Landon. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll move to our 9:30 timed item. Placer County Office of Education. Jennifer Hicks, hi.
Good morning, Chair Holmes, members of the board. I'm Jennifer Hicks. I'm the Associate Superintendent for Educational Services at the Placer County Office of Education, and I'm here to provide the annual Williams Report on behalf of County Superintendent Gail Garbolino Mojica. So we'll start with the eligibility criteria. In January of 2022, AB 599 updated the eligibility criteria for schools that are eligible for Williams monitoring. We were all very thankful because we had been looking at the same schools for about 13 years. So we're now on the second year of the new eligibility list. Essentially, schools become eligible for two criteria. One is based on federal accountability for academic performance, and the other is based on teachers who are in a position that do not match the credential that they have. So as a county superintendent, we are responsible for reporting on three different things. We visit all of the schools that have been identified within the first 4 weeks of school. We look to ensure that they have sufficiency of instructional materials, meaning that they have standards-aligned materials available for every student at the school. We also look at the conditions of the facilities to make sure that they're in good repair. And then we also look at the accuracy of any data reported on their school accountability report card. And those are posted online on each school's website. This year we had 4 schools that met the eligibility criteria. Last year we had 5, so we're down to 4. First is Auburn Elementary School in the Auburn Union School District. Second is Forest Hill Divide School in the Forest Union School District. Third is Independence High School, which is an alternative high school in Roseville Joint Union High School District. And finally, North Tahoe Middle School in the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District. And these are our findings. So first, for Auburn Elementary School, we found that all of their instructional materials were sufficient. Their site was in good repair. All of their information posted online on the school accountability report card was accurate. We did find one teacher misassignment, but there were no vacancies found. Next is Forest Hill Divide School. We found that they had sufficient instructional materials, their site was in good repair, all of the information on the accountability report card was accurate, and they had no teacher misassignments or vacancies. Third, Independence High School. Again, sufficient instructional materials. Their school site was in good repair. All of the information on the school accountability report card was accurate, and there were no teacher misassignments or vacancies. And finally, North Tahoe Middle School. Again, sufficient instructional materials. Their school site was in repair. They had accurate information, and they did have one teacher misassignment, but no vacancies were found. And that concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions from board members? Supervisor Gore.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it. I just have a quick question just for my own knowledge, and that is, did Independence High School combine with Adelante High School in Roseville? I thought that they maybe joined together, or is that not the case?
I'm not sure, actually. I could get back to you, though, with that information. I know there was talk of doing that. I'm not sure if it actually happened.
Right, and I know they were having some changes and trying to do some mergers, so I just didn't know if that had happened.
Yeah.
All right, thank
They
you.
may be on the same school site, but still considered two schools. That may have been part of the change, but I can check and see.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Chair Holmes. I had just had a quick question on the misassigned teacher. How easily is that to correct, especially in a housing market where it's very difficult, I know, for them to find qualified teachers in all of these areas?
Typically, when we have a missed assigned teacher, it's a teacher that's on path to getting a credential in the area that they're supposed to be credentialed. Perhaps they're in an assignment with an emergency credential temporarily while they're finishing an added authorization. So it does happen from time to time, but I would say most of the time it's on track to being remedied
Okay, and it was just one of the faculty members for a...
for each of those two schools.
Right, great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Is there anyone in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Is there anyone online? All righty. Thank you, Jennifer. Well, we've got a few minutes before our 10 o'clock timed item, and I've already done all the department items, so we have a few minutes. Is that okay? Huh? I'm sorry. Oh, board update. Oh. They put it down here, I didn't see it. Okay, now is the time for board member and county executive reports. Already board members have reports.
You know, I will share one. First of all, I hope everyone had a really nice Thanksgiving and a break. It was beautiful weather, and we were just talking about how nice it was to have mandarins at our Thanksgiving table. It's wonderful to support Placer County produce. One thing I wanted to share with you all, and that is I am having a high-need holiday event, which is really a way to support the folks in our community who are homeless. And so I'm doing an open house at my district office in Roseville on December 6th it's Wednesday the 6th from 3 to 6 at, 1211 Pleasant Grove Road, Boulevard, and Landon walked out of the room. So I never remember what my address is. I just know how to get there and then look it up. But anyway, you're welcome to come say hello and have some hot coffee or cider and drop off socks or blankets for those in need this holiday season.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Oh. All right, any county executive report? No? All right. Okay, well, now we still have about 15 minutes. So we'll take a break.
15 minutes.
my kids they've all wanted to. Our strategy is just make it so bad at home.
Still 5 minutes.
That they
What?
So that one at 10. DA, victim witness, and the DA
yeah,
and
maybe
Barbara.
true. That's true.
I don't know how you
Oh,
cross
I
that.
said,
Yeah, I mean, we'll just say no.
I was nervous.
We go to bed at 8:30. So if we get kicked out, we're gonna. Yeah.
Good morning. The board will reconvene and take up our 10 a.m. timed item. This is a district attorney's issue with the Victim Witness Assistance Program. Morgan Geyer, District Attorney, where's your crutch? I know. Hey, making progress here.
Two matching shoes, although they are very orthopedic shoes. My grandfather, I'm sure, is cursing me from the heavens, not being in a wingtip, which was his casual shoe. So my apologies for the casual nature of my footwear, but on doctor's orders. Good morning, Morgan Geyer, your District Attorney here. Seeking your approval and resolution regarding the Cal OES Victim Witness Program grant. This funds a significant portion of our victim advocate operations. As you all know, our victim advocates, I call them the quiet angels in our office, provide services, critical services to our victims and survivors of crime. This grant allows us to fund 8 of them, including our mass victimization grant, which we pray we never have to use, but we do have an advocate that is trained in handling mass casualty events. She has been activated a few times with some events here locally, and then when large events happen regionally, she is activated for that as well. Happy to answer any questions. I think most of you are familiar with what the work of our advocates do, and this allows us to continue to have, in my opinion, the best victim services in the state, if not the nation. They are compassionate. They guide our victims and survivors through what is otherwise a cold and sterile criminal justice system, everything from relocation services to counseling services, to assistance filling out reimbursement forms with the California Victims of Crime Board, just sort of a one-stop shop in our office. And just as a reminder, we provide those services to all victims of crime, regardless of whether or not we're able to put a case together and ultimately prosecute a case. They are no less victims or survivors of those crimes simply because we can't prove it. That doesn't happen that often, but we do provide services to all victims and survivors of crime within our county. Happy to answer any questions, otherwise seeking approval for this item.
Thank you, Morgan. Any questions, comments from Supervisor Gore?
I'm going to ask a quick question since we have a minute or two before the next item, and that is, Morgan, how many people on your team provide the victims' services? And is this grant just a portion of the funding for that?
It is. This grant is a significant portion, but does not cover the entire unit. I believe we have a total of 12 victim advocates. This funds 8 of them, and we have some that are assigned to various, obviously our different prosecution units, but some are assigned to our multidisciplinary interview center that specialize in the forensic interviewing of children. We have one assigned to our Protect Elder team, and then we have some divided up among our more traditional units of our felony units, our misdemeanor units, and our domestic violence unit.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chair.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Oh,
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you. Morgan, similar to my question, first off, tremendous work your staff do, and we are so thankful for them. And you said cold and sterile, and I wanted to say confusing and lengthy.
Absolutely.
Legal system for those of us who don't work in it daily, and maybe even for those of you who work in it daily. So great job there. I'm interested, the state's been funding this since 2018. Is it done on a percentage of our population? How are those numbers arrived at?
I believe that's accurate. I can find out for certain, but I
Okay.
believe it's based on population and then sort of how aggressive you are in seeking those funds. I think
Well,
a lot of these funds go underutilized, and we are pretty aggressive at identifying state money that we can use to augment our operations, including our victim services. These tend to be sort of funds that, while they may diminish a bit, they don't tend to go away that often. We'll see a reduction, and that sort of goes along with the economy. But in the victim services arena, that money is typically available, and we like to take advantage of it.
Well, I wanted to commend you once again, like we did with the retail theft grants that you applied for, and we got actually a disproportionate share of the statewide funding. Being aggressive and getting these state supportive grants, we're about to do a couple of them here. I just so appreciate that. that
thank you.
work on behalf of your office and on our taxpayers.
Thank you. We have a wonderful team, especially in our victim advocate unit, and we try and be bold at the Placer DA's office and try and be leaders among a lot of our regional partners. So, thank you for the kind words.
Thank you. Any comments from anyone in the public? I see none. Is there anyone online? All right, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
And I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Supervisor Gore. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none, we'll move to our 10:05 timed item, again with the District Attorney, Environmental Enforcement and Training Account Grant Program.
Thank you. Good morning again. And by my clock, the lawyer finished a minute early on the 10 o'clock item. So be prepared for me to speak longer then with all my extra time. Speaking of being bold, this is an opportunity for the Placer County DA's office. As I mentioned earlier, we have become a regional leader among DA's offices. There is a void in a lot of our rural counties for environmental enforcement. Oftentimes, the Placer DA's office being bold, we pick up a lot of that slack. There was an opportunity by the California Environmental Protection Agency to provide for a circuit prosecutor to provide assistance with other counties in their environmental enforcement. As you know, environmental crimes, unlawful stream manipulation, the disposal of hazardous materials, improper storage of underground tanks into our groundwater, these are significant issues that don't necessarily follow county lines. Oftentimes, the enforcement of these crimes require a high degree of collaboration. We rely on state partners, we rely on regional partners, and we like to lead the way in Placer. This role of the environmental circuit prosecutor used to be done by the California District Attorneys Association. They are no longer able to do it. This money is available. We have partnered with Cal EPA, and I will say I have their general counsel, who I believe is online and watching and is available to answer any questions. Her name is Linda Lai. She's the general counsel and has been sort of my counterpart in trying to get this program up and running. This allows a prosecutor for 2 years to be hired specifically for environmental enforcement within our region, primarily assisting rural counties that don't have the ability or the resources to handle those environmental crimes, to work collaboratively with our prosecutor that we already have doing those issues robustly here in Placer, to provide training to those other counties and to provide those services. We would serve essentially as the hub for the environmental enforcement with this prosecutor. It'll provide that funding for 2 years. Our anticipation and our hope is that that will be renewed, and this will be a long-term program. There's already been counties in the southern area of the Central Valley that are trying to model a program after this one. So this will allow us to get a subject matter expert in the field of environmental prosecution to provide services to those rural counties while assisting Placer County's efforts as well. So it is a bold program, one that is much needed and much supported by a lot of my colleagues through other counties that hope to be able to utilize some of these services. And it's an exciting program that will allow us to partner with surrounding counties. So happy to answer any questions on any of the types of crimes, and Linda is on the line if you would like to ask from the state perspective as well. But this represents a relatively unique partnership between our office and the state to provide those services for a lot of counties that have been affected by these environmental crimes, but lack the ability to enforce or prosecute any of those violations.
Thank you, Morgan. I appreciate the collaboration with some of these rural counties. I serve as a representative to the rural county representatives of California. And sometimes I go to those meetings and I'm embarrassed to say how robust Placer County is, understanding that some of those smaller counties or rural counties really have challenges in every aspect of governing. And so what you're doing is commendable. I want to thank you for that. Any other
I appreciate
comments
that.
from
Thank you.
board members before?
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Absolutely.
So you currently have an attorney who does some environmental prosecution work. This would bring in another person with some more experience, and then you would, of course, utilize that person for regional issues.
Correct. So we
Great.
have the majority of this new position will be available to rural counties to assist in their needs. Some of that portion of that attorney's time will also supplement our efforts here in Placer. And with the degree that there's a lot of collaboration, a lot of these cases end up being statewide cases where a number of different offices are involved in the litigation. Our two prosecutors will likely do it, both one from Placer and one on behalf of Placer and some of those other counties.
Alrighty. Any other comments?
Chair?
Oh, Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you. Morgan, I think this is great, the continued being bold and the support for the rural counties. I had a question on when prosecution is successful, are we able to get back any funding into the program to continue our efforts in prosecution of these environmental crimes?
We are, and that's a fantastic question. The funds that are recovered, and either criminal or civil, sometimes these matters are civil, which requires an even higher degree of specialization among our prosecutors because we have traditional criminal lawyers in our office, but this may require some civil enforcement as well. Either civil or criminal penalties are legislatively required to go back into environmental funds that are then used specifically for the purpose of hiring, training, and in the enforcement of these kinds of crimes. So when we are able to recover funds, it will, one, offset the cost of this program, but we'll also be able to provide training. Placer County will be able to provide training to the other counties so that if and when they get the resources to be able to do it on their own, they have the ability to be trained on how to do it. We fill the gap in the meantime with this prosecutor, but our goal is to teach all of those counties the ability to be able to do it themselves should they be able to. And we use those funds that are recovered from the settlements to do that.
And Mr. Chair, I just had one more question. Do give it, in general, the types of environmental crimes that you are pursuing right now in Placer County.
So a large portion of those are the underground storage tanks, the leaching of poisonous materials into our groundwater. We have, in our rural counties, we have a lot of pollution as it relates to a lot of illegal marijuana grows in the forest where, you know, the marijuana is grown, but it's the pesticides that leach into the streams and ultimately contaminate the waterbeds. That's a big significant portion of it. There are always dumping and the illegal dumping of hazardous materials and to force compliance on large corporations that sometimes want to cut corners and take the easy way that endanger our population. That comprises sort of the majority of those cases. We are capable of handling small level fish and game cases. Oftentimes the fish and game wardens are the ones who are the sort of the first responders to see a lot of these environmental crimes that occur that lead to an investigation. So what may start as a small fish and game code violation may lead into a larger investigation and ultimately larger litigation.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Did you want the representative from the state?
I will offer Linda, I hate to put you on the spot if she can hear me, but if she would like to make a few comments, I'd love to give her the opportunity if time allows.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, good morning. My name is Linda Lai. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Law Enforcement and General Counsel of the California Environmental Protection Agency. Sincere apologies for not being there in person. I had an eye procedure recently, so I'm not entirely safe to drive, but really delighted to be here and thrilled for the DAs, the Placer County and Placer County DAs in particular's leadership on this important effort. As Morgan indicated earlier, the Circuit Prosecutor Program served a very important function over the years by allowing the prosecution of environmental crimes in under-resourced communities. Cal EPA was historically a proud financial supporter, but unfortunately, the California District Attorneys Association is no longer able to support this program. There's been a terrible void, as he's alluded to, and so public health and the environment has not been protected in some of our under-resourced communities, as is really critical. And obviously, pollution does not respect jurisdictional borders. We're just so excited to see the leadership of the Placer County DA's office and very delighted to be able to provide the support to get this program off of the ground again. And as Morgan has indicated, the Circuit Prosecutor Program will really allow the strategic deployment of Placer's resources, its expertise, bring in additional expertise, and allow for collaboration and prosecution of these complex multi-jurisdictional crimes and really protecting public health and the environment. This will serve a benefit not just to the residents of Placer, but the entire state. In terms of ongoing funding, the legislature made some changes to Cal EPA's environmental enforcement and grant training program and has provided us a more stable source of funding. So I anticipate that we will have additional funds in the grant funds in the future. Circuit prosecution remains a high priority for Cal EPA, and again, providing resources for prosecution of hazardous materials, hazardous waste. We're seeing unregistered pesticides used in illegal marijuana cultivation. These are widespread problems, again, that affect public health and the environment. And we're so delighted for the leadership of Placer County and really respectfully urge you to approve this grant. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Lai. Alrighty. Is there anyone from the public wish to address the board on this item? I see none. Is anyone online? Alrighty. So I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move approval, but do I need to read it in, or is it? No, okay.
No.
I'll move approval then.
And I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Landon, second by Supervisor Gore. This is a roll call vote.
Gore,
Aye.
Landon,
Yes.
Jones is absent, Gustafson,
Aye.
Holmes.
Aye. Thank you, Morgan. The items have been approved.
Thank you very much. And I
You
just
betcha.
wanted to acknowledge earlier when I was driving up here, I was listening to the board meeting earlier and the resolution on behalf of the clerk of the board, and I wanted to express my appreciation of all of Megan's efforts. It was in this room that she was called to make some last-minute changes to our week when we had a sexually violent predator hearing that needed immediate action, and Megan and her team stepped forward. And aside from that issue, Megan is a delight. Her team is always well-organized. We sincerely appreciate it, and I feel like she thinks the DA's office is the best department in the county, but I'm confident that every head of every department feels the same way, which goes to show the excellent service that we all get in this county. So I just wanted to express my appreciation, and thank you all for the opportunity to be able to address these issues today. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind comments. That's nice. So now we will move to our 1010 item, Public Works. This is Highway 49 Wastewater Capacity Improvement Project. Robin Mahoney.
Hello. Morning, Chair Holmes and members of the board. Rob Mahoney, Department of Public Works. As a matter of correction to the record today, staff is amending the first action requested in this item to remove reference to adoption of a resolution. The revised action number 1 requested today is adopt the initial study mitigated negative declaration and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Highway 49 Wastewater Capacity Improvement Project, and direct staff to file a notice of determination. Action 2 remains unchanged as approve the plans and specifications for the Highway 49 Wastewater Capacity Improvement Project with an estimated construction cost of $18 million and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to advertise for construction bids. So as a way of background, this project is the existing Highway 49 wastewater gravity trunk line here in North Auburn was constructed in 1960 as a part of the formation of Sewer Maintenance District Number 1 or SMD1. The segment of pipeline does not have the capacity to accommodate sewer flows associated with current approved and planned growth in SMD1, including areas identified for low-income housing. Staff applied for and received a $500,000 grant from the 2020 Local Early Action Planning Grants Program through the Department of Housing and Community Development towards an alternatives analysis and design of a selected project to increase the capacity of the Highway 49 trunk line. This increased capacity will support existing and future flows with build-out anticipated by Placer County General Plan. The overall design cost for the project was approximately $1 million, and SMD1 capacity reserves funded half of the cost. Staff adhered to procurement process for solicitation of the work, and the Board of Supervisors executed a contract with Stantec Consulting Services to perform the work in April of 2021. The proposed project includes a retrofit solution to divert flows from the existing gravity system to address existing build-out and flow limitations. The The project would accomplish this by extending the existing Auburn Ravine sewer force main from its current terminus on Highway 49 near Edgewood Road to the SMD1 Regional Pump Station on Jurger Road. Upon demonstration of the need for the project by Stantec analysis and concurrent with Stantec design process, staff worked with the procurement manager to obtain approval of a BPO with Douglas Environmental to assist the county with environmental review of the project to comply with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. Evaluation of the potential impacts associated with this project was initiated in March of 2023. Under CEQA, environmental impact report and consideration of alternatives is only required when there is substantial evidence supporting a fair argument that the proposed project may produce significant environmental impacts. Accordingly, an initial study mitigated negative declaration, or ISMND, has been determined to be the appropriate document for the proposed project. Douglas Environmental prepared the ISMND in conjunction with staff. Doug Brown and environmental staff are here today to answer any specific questions you may have on the environmental document. The ISMND determined that the project includes potential short-term environmental impacts associated with the following resource areas: cultural resources, hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, noise, transportation, and tribal cultural resources. With the implementation of the mitigation measures identified in the ISMND, all potential impacts from the proposed project would remain less than significant. Staff complied with CEQA noticing requirements by publishing a notice of intent to adopt a mitigated negative declaration in the September 11th, 2023 edition of the Sacramento Bee, and by sending the notice to interested parties, responsible and trustee agencies, and the county clerk. The ISMND was released on September 11th, 2023 for a 30-day public comment period. Full copies of the ISMND were made available for public review and comment at the county offices and on the county website. Staff received 2 comment letters. Although CEQA does not require a lead agency to prepare a formal response to comments on a proposed ISMND, responses to the comment letters were submitted. The comments received from the California Department of Transportation and the State Water Resources Control Board contain standard requirements which were anticipated by the project. Nothing in these letters represent project concerns, require changes to the ISMND, nor do they affect the conclusion that the ISMND is the appropriate environmental document for CEQA purposes. On October 31st, 2023, the board approved a memorandum of understanding with the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, Green Means Go 2022 funding program, to be eligible for reimbursement for Phase 1 project costs up to $3.76 million. On the same date, the board approved $4 million of the county's American Rescue Plan Act allocation to fund Project 1 costs. The total project cost has been estimated at $18 million. Due to funding constraints, the project will be constructed in phases. Phase 1 of the project is proposed for construction first and is comprised of the downstream section of the pipeline. Pending approval of these actions by your board, staff anticipate bidding construction of the project in the next couple months and returning to your board to award the resulting construction contract in approximately March of next year. So once again, the revised actions today are: number 1, adopt the initial study mitigated negative declaration and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Highway 49 wastewater capacity improvement project, and direct staff to file a notice of determination. And number 2, approve the plans and specifications for the Highway 49 wastewater capacity improvement project with an estimated construction cost of $18 million, and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to advertise for construction bids. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Robin. First of all, I want to thank Public Works staff for finding the funding for this without putting the burden on our ratepayers in SMD1. It's much appreciated. I know this project is much as necessary for any future growth in throughout the North Auburn area. Do I have any questions from board members?
I had one
Yes.
quick one. Robin, thank you. I may have missed it. I know the mitigated neg deck says what size we are using of new pipe. What's the existing dimensions of the pipeline?
So,
I know it varies, so
yeah,
it ranges.
it does vary a little bit. The existing pipeline is a gravity pipeline. I think it's approximately 18 inches in diameter. And the proposed sewer force main extension also varies from approximately 16-inch internal diameter to approximately 20-inch
24,
internal
yeah.
diameter.
Great. And then, obviously, I agree with Chair Holmes that a 64-year-old sewer line probably is in need of some work. So appreciate that, and just making sure that we're considering if it's going to be in the ground for another 65 years, that we're sizing it appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was good. I think the change of the resolution was totally appropriate, since the meeting following this one on the agenda has to do with the impacts for how many low-income residents will be located in that area. So the demand on the sewer, if you will. I did want to mention, as far as green means go, Bonnie Gore has been on that committee for 5 years, which is supposed to be a rotating position. I don't remember ever seeing SMD2, which is in my area. I don't remember seeing any surveys and looking at where impacts to the other sewer lines are and how that determination was made. I don't remember any presentations here being on that. I could be wrong, but I appreciate the pulling of that item, because if you did make a resolution on it, it would certainly appear that the predetermination of the next meeting would have been questionable. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online? Alrighty. Well, the chair will bring it back to the board for approval.
I had one more question based on Cheryl's comments, Robin. And this comes from a little bit of my background with water and sewer infrastructure. Once we open up the ground and go in to do an improvement, the cost of the dimension of the pipe is minor compared to the excavation that goes along with this, correct? I do think the timing is unfortunate, because we have a controversial item that we're going to be talking about in just a minute. But it is not prejudging. My decision on this is not prejudging any decisions on the other item. So I just want to be clear. But I know once we open up the ground, putting in the pipe that is going to last 65 years, let's make sure we get it right and we don't waste any money of any taxpayers going forward to have to redo that. So.
Yeah, and to speak to your point, that we go to extensive effort through the design process to model the system, looking at the build-out land use and the flows associated with those for build-out conditions, to make sure that when we build it to the right size one time and we don't have to go back and do it again.
Yeah, these lines, especially with new construction techniques, they're much safer and better lines that can stay in the ground a long, long time, maybe 100 years if we're lucky. So
we hope so.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is there a motion?
I'll make that motion, and he's read it into the record twice, so I don't think I need to read it into the
No,
record.
thank you.
I'll second.
All righty, motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Supervisor Gore. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? The item is moved. And Robin, I just want to let the board know and congratulate you on your marriage over the holiday weekend.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, now we'll move to our 10:20 a.m. Timed item, Community Development Resource Agency. Who is bringing, Mr. Pahuli. Callie, and the usual suspects.
Hey, good morning. Chairman Holmes, board members, Chris Pahuli. I'm the county's planning director. This morning's item is a workshop on the rezone effort to ensure the county has enough vacant or underutilized land zoned appropriately to meet the county's share of its regional housing needs allocation shortfall for lower income units. Our team, which includes staff from CEDRA, the CEO's office, and County Council, has worked diligently to develop a viable option for board's consideration today to meet the shortfall, to provide a significant buffer of land to avoid revisiting this issue during the remaining 5 years of our housing element cycle, and does so with voluntary property owner participation. Today's workshop is an important milestone in the process as we march towards a statutory requirement to complete the rezone by mid-May 2024. At the conclusion of today's workshop, staff anticipates a board-directed option which will allow staff to complete the required environmental analysis and continue with outreach efforts as it relates to the candidate rezone sites contained in the recommended option. For today's workshop, we have organized the presentation into segments. I will be covering background on the rezone initiative and the various factors that led to our approach of creating a new zoning designation and rezoning properties to this designation to meet our state housing requirements. From there, Callie Kettinger-Cecil, lead planner on this effort, will discuss the development of the candidate rezone list and rezone options, including staff's recommended option for board consideration. I wanted to start by covering some ground on the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA. State law requires councils of governments to prepare allocation plans for all cities and counties within their jurisdiction. The intent of the allocation plan is to ensure adequate housing opportunities for all income groups. The State Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, provides guidelines for preparation of the plans and ultimately certifies the plans as adequate. In March 2020, SACOG adopted its final allocation plan for its 2021 through 2029 RHNA. For the county's sixth cycle housing element covering that same time period, we were allocated 7,419 new housing units. This allocation is equivalent to a yearly need of approximately 1,000 units. Of the 7,400 housing units, 4,474 units are to be affordable to moderate income households and below, including 2,017 very low income housing units, 1,215 low income housing units, and 1,242 moderate income units. Through the preparation of the county's housing element, staff identified that there were ample sites to meet the moderate and above moderate housing allocation. However, a rezone of land to higher density was necessary to accommodate a shortfall for the lower income allocation. Therefore, a program was included in the housing element called Program 1 to rezone land to accommodate the allocated units by May 15th, 2024. I should note that based on HCD guidance, higher density zoning must allow for sites to be developed at a minimum density of 20 units and a maximum density of 30 units per acre. So originally, Program 1 was drafted to rezone properties by adding an overlay zone, which would have provided incentives to owners to develop their sites as multifamily housing, However, they still would have been able to develop their property based on their existing zoning. So this approach would have worked very well for property owners with commercially zoned properties where they could have developed as either commercial or multifamily and perhaps had some increased densities or incentives through that overlay zone approach. Staff was working to develop outreach and program materials for that approach when earlier this year an appellate court decision changed our path. In the Martinez versus City of Clovis case, the city adopted an overlay zone very similar to the one that staff were proposing here. And the court ultimately decided that because overlay zones did not require the production of higher density multifamily housing, they could not be used to meet the lower income housing allocation requirements. So as I noted a bit earlier, this decision, along with consultation with HCD, caused staff to pivot from the overlay zone approach towards a rezone to a new higher density multifamily zoning designation, residential multifamily 30. I should mention that there have been some questions about the type of development that is in the 20 to 30 dwelling unit range, and there's actually a great example right across the street from us with the Mercy Housing Development, which is constructed at about 21 to 23 units per acre. So it falls within that level of density that is being that would be developed under this new zoning designation. Following conversations with HCD, staff revised Program 1, and what you see on the screen is the current Program 1 language, which requires a rezone to higher density multifamily to meet a shortfall of 1,257 lower income units by May 15th, 2024. So I should also note that there are some significant consequences should the county not implement Program 1. As the board is aware, the state has continued to ratchet up their enforcement provisions in state law, and non-compliance could result in HCD revoking certification of our housing element. Should that occur, the county may be faced with many potential consequences, including revocation of our pro-housing designation, legal action from the state, use of the builder's remedy, and potentially loss of land use authority. It is worth noting that there have been some recent high-profile legal actions by the state to enforce compliance with various housing laws, including with the city of Elk Grove for failing to approve an affordable housing development, and most notably Huntington Beach, who has been involved in a multi-year, multifaceted legal battle with the state. And just a couple of weeks ago, a federal court dismissed a lawsuit from the city that would have prevented them from complying with various state laws related to housing. So as I mentioned earlier, our housing element established a shortfall of lower income units, which staff revised to 1,257. As part of the revision upwards, staff also realized it was not going to be sufficient to just meet that shortfall. This is because whenever a development is proposed on a residential land inventory site, state law requires that a no net loss analysis be performed to ensure that there are adequate remaining sites on the inventory to accommodate the allocated lower income units. Additionally, that inventory must be maintained throughout the 8-year housing element cycle. Therefore, if we simply met the shortfall requirement, any changes to inventory sites, whether those be development as an allowable use or a conditionally allowed use or development as market rate housing, would require that the county find and rezone sites to accommodate that loss. And state law further requires that that rezone take place within 180 days. So if we didn't have access inventory, we would be back rezoning sites on a continual basis if sites fell out of the inventory. So it's precisely for this reason that the state recommends that jurisdictions establish a buffer of approximately 15 to 30% with their residential land inventory. So this slide shows the RENA requirement for lower income units, the RENA with a 30% buffer, and the RENA already accommodated within the housing element. This slide further illustrates that when taking into consideration projected developments and sites already on the inventory, that target unit count would increase to 2,270 as the targeted amount with a 30% buffer. One other point I'd like to make while on this slide is that the housing element was approved with a heavy reliance on accessory dwelling units to fulfill the low-income allocation of units. HCD conditionally approved this approach, but required inclusion of Program 30 to their housing element to ensure the data provided, or to ensure that the data proved out that this was an approach to provide low-income housing. This analysis under Program 30 is due by the end of this year, and staff have been working on verifying that data related to ADUs, and it's likely that this estimate will result in some decrease in terms of the number of ADUs that are able to be counted. In addition to these reasons, staff is suggesting a bigger is better approach for the buffer, as there is a chance that some of the sites currently included in this candidate list could fall out due to property owners indicating that they may want to be removed from the list, or HCD potentially providing direction that some of the sites might not work. Therefore, staff would recommend at least a 30% buffer, and our recommended option that will be presented to you in just a few moments has even a greater buffer precisely for those reasons. So in drafting the 2021 housing element and the residential land inventory, which is an appendix to the housing element, staff relied on a comprehensive analysis and a set of recommendations that were contained in the Placer County Housing Strategy and Development Plan. And that plan was prepared by ESA and Bay Area Economics in 2018 and is posted on the county's website. It's important to note that this plan analyzed existing conditions, development potential throughout the county, and evaluated various opportunity sites, including county and other publicly owned properties, such as the government center and multiple sites in the Tahoe area. This document was foundational in the drafting of the 2021 housing element and evaluation of candidate sites for the housing element. So in the housing element, staff identified 41 candidate sites for possible rezone to include that overlay designation that I mentioned earlier in my presentation. These sites were evaluated based on criteria called out in state government code, which include size requirements, access to existing infrastructure, and other key feasibility considerations. It's important to note that there was only limited outreach done to property owners at the time of the housing element adoption. And it's also important to note that many of the properties that were included in the original strategy and the original candidate list were commercially zoned properties. With the pivot away from the overlay zone to a rezone to multifamily residential, there were multiple factors that led to staff increasing or casting a wider net to the number of potential candidates. The first was with the change in approach from the overlay to the rezone, there was and most of those sites, as I mentioned, were either commercially zoned or multifamily zoned. It seemed very likely and a high probability that many of those property owners would not want to rezone their sites from commercial and mixed use to multifamily residential. And staff desired to bring forward a list, a high caliber list with voluntary participation by property owners, and that we not be bringing forward a forced rezone option to the board. The second is, due to what I was mentioning earlier with the need for a buffer, staff looked at options to evaluate additional sites and bring those into the fold so that we could have more opportunities for a larger buffer. And so a decision was made to re-review the work that was done in 2018 with that housing plan that I mentioned, to look at opportunity sites that were reviewed but not included in the housing element, to see if we could add sites to the list and then cast a wider net. From the list of 41 sites, 37 were carried forward and 31 sites were added that we from that previous opportunity site review that met the state criteria. During outreach for the program, an additional 6 sites were added based on property owner interest. And as Callie does her presentation, she'll mention the way that the list was formulated a little bit more. But the upshot is that 74 sites have been identified and are part of this rezone program. This slide here includes the entitlement package that will ultimately be before the board in early spring 2024. It will include a general plan amendment to establish a new land use designation and use tables, a zoning text amendment to establish a new zoning designation and amend allowable use tables, and it will also include a rezone of a collection of parcels, depending on this conversation, to the new zone of RM30. I want to note that a programmatic EIR is being prepared currently by Rainey Planning and Management for the rezone initiative. We are working on a tight time frame to complete this effort, and therefore the analysis will be completed for all 74 sites, even though a smaller collection of parcels will be brought forward for a rezone. Currently, we are on track to complete the EIR in time to meet state requirements. The notice of preparation was released on October 20th, and we're expecting to release the draft EIR by late January 2024. I should note we've received a number of comments from various individuals. You also would have received a comment letter from the City of Auburn related to the notice of preparation. We will incorporate those comments into the draft EIR, and many of those comments have been forwarded to the board as part of the record for this workshop as well. Let's see, this next slide here illustrates the lower income marina allocation by supervisorial district. The units in black represent sites that are already included in the inventory and includes properties in Placer Vineyards, Placer One, and the Government Center that meet the density requirements for inclusion and are projected to be developed during this housing element cycle. So there could be excess units that are not anticipated to be developed during the remaining period of this housing element cycle. The units in the various colors represent the 74 sites and their unit allocations, and you will see options later that adjust those units based on the various options that are being recommended or that are being brought forward for consideration. So with that will wrap up the comments that I was going to make as part of the presentation, and unless there are any questions of me at this time, I'll hand the presentation over to Callie to walk through the sites as well as the recommended options.
Any comments? I don't see any comments. All right, thank you. Good morning, Callie.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Callie Kettinger-Cecil, and I am a Senior Planner with the Planning Services Division. Thank you, Chris, for providing the background on the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. I will next be going into an overview of the 74-site candidate rezone list, and then I will also go into the various options that staff has created for your consideration. So, beginning with District 1, there are sites already identified within the specific plan. So this slide here shows the existing specific plan capacity within District 1. This represents 404 very low and low income units, as shown in the hashed marks. On the candidate rezone list, there are 10 sites identified in District 1, totaling 44.1 acres. This represents a unit potential of 882 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 1,323 units at 30 dwelling units per acre. Sites in District 1 are located at PFE along Cookriolo Road, as well as near Vineyard and Baseline. In District 2, there are also sites identified within the specific plan. So in the specific plan, there's existing capacity in District 2, again showed by the hash marks. And in District 2, there are 785 units identified for very low and low income. On the candidate rezone list, there are 2 sites identified totaling 1.9 acres in Sheridan. These parcels are located just east of the Sheridan-Lincoln Boulevard, and they represent a unit potential of 38 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 57 units at 30 dwelling units per acre. Next, I will go into the candidate rezone list in District 3. There are 6 sites identified in District 3, totaling 36.3 acres. This represents a unit potential of 632 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 948 units at 30 dwelling units per acre. 3 of the sites are located along Penryn Road and north of the Interstate 80 interchange. And then there are also 3 additional parcels identified on the candidate rezone list near the intersection of Taylor Road and English Colony Way. Before I move on to the District 4 sites, I do want to note that sites 17 and 18 are the sites of the HTP project, which is the Housing Trust Placer project. We did receive a letter from those property owners indicating a desire to have the sites removed from the candidate rezone list. At this point, we are maintaining these properties on the list as we continue discussions with the property owner to determine whether or not it's appropriate to keep the sites on the list or to ultimately remove them. These 2 sites do not necessarily need the rezone in order to achieve their project. They are able to achieve their proposed density through existing density bonus provisions, as well as the existing commercial land use and densities provided for in the Penryn Parkway development standards in the Horseshoe Bar Penryn Community Plan. Next, I will go into the sites that are located in District 4 on the candidate rezone list. There are 4 sites located just south of Interstate 80 along Penryn Road, just adjacent to the District 4 and District 3 boundaries. In District 4, there are 15 sites identified, totaling 57.5 acres. This represents a unit potential of 1,150 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 1,725 units at 30 dwelling units per acre. Other sites have been identified along Douglas Boulevard. We have Douglas up here, as well as sites along Auburn Folsom and Eureka. There's a 3.2 acre portion of the Bayside Field sites on Cabot-Stallman Road identified on the rezone list, as well as a site located on Old Auburn Road. And then I will next get into the District 5 sites. So in District 5, there are 41 sites identified on the candidate rezone list, totaling 127.5 acres. This represents a unit potential of 2,550 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 3,825 units at 30 dwelling units per acre. In District 5, the majority of the sites are identified in Auburn, specifically along Highway 49, on Bell Road, in the Bowman area, and along Lincoln Way. 2 sites are identified in Applegate. This is Interstate 80 right here, and Applegate Road in Crother. 3 sites in the unincorporated Truckee area in eastern Placer County. This is Highway 89, and this is River Road. And here's Nevada County and Truckee to the north, and Tahoe is to the south. And this site is located on Highway 267. The Truckee Airport is located here, and again, this is just immediately south of the Nevada County Placer boundary. There is one additional site located in Alpine Meadows, also in District 5. So that completes the overview of the overall rezone list. And so one thing that we wanted to be sure to show is the allocation in the unincorporated communities. District boundaries don't follow community boundaries, and some districts include more than one community, so we felt it would be important to show this. And North Auburn, Granite Bay, and the Dry Creek area of unincorporated West Placer do have the highest unit potential, as you can see here. We have done quite a bit of public engagement. Since June of this year, staff has presented the program at the 9 affected maps, held a workshop at the Planning Commission in July, held a town hall on the evening of August 9th. We also had a notice of preparation scoping meeting for the project's environmental impact report on November 3rd. And we've also met with property owners and received phone calls and emails from concerned citizens. With regards to engaging the property owners on the candidate list, we sent certified letters to all of the property owners. We sent 2 letters. The first was not certified, the second was, and we got quite a bit of response after sending the certified letter. From that process, we met with 45 property owners. 32 of these property owners are voluntary participants representing 35 sites, as some of these property owners do own more than one property. There are 17 property owners who do not want to participate in the program and want the existing zoning to remain. And there are 4 property owners representing 6 sites not identified in the housing element or staff list. These are sites, or I should say they're property owners who approached staff following the various MAC meetings, and staff considered their properties and added them to the list for your consideration. So we've received public feedback from the MAC meetings, the town halls, the Planning Commission workshop, the NOP scoping meeting, and the public comment period for the NOP. The vast majority of comments express some similar concerns, including a feeling that rezone sites should be limited to existing cities, concerns related to impacts from increased traffic, crime, emergency services, wildfire risk, schools, property values, and property taxes, a feeling of an unequal distribution of sites, concerns regarding public notification, a perception of developers and specific plans not doing their fair share, and a perception that rural communities will be adversely impacted as a result from a high-density program. This table here shows the existing permissible densities in the various community plans where the sites are being proposed for rezone. As noted earlier, this program does seek a general plan amendment in order to facilitate the increased density. So as has been mentioned, staff has done an analysis of all 74 sites in order to provide you with several options. So we have 3 options for your consideration, and to assist with creating these options, we ranked each and every site. And so the criteria we used includes proximity to transportation, including public transit stops, sidewalks, and bike paths, the availability of sewer and water, topography, density and building potential, proximity to social amenities such as schools, grocery stores, and parks and recreation areas, environmental considerations, proximity to emergency services, including fire stations and hospitals, whether the site was identified in the county's mobility infill acceleration study, whether the site was identified within the Green Means Go program, the resource ranking on the tax committee allocation and HCD opportunity maps, as well as the CAL FIRE designation for the sites. Sites were ranked for a range from 60 to 100 in order to rank the sites and produce a range. So before I go into the specifics of the options, I want to provide a summary. Option 1 consists of 35 sites totaling 159.7 acres. At 20 dwelling units per acre, this would equate to 3,196 units. This represents a 54% buffer and includes only verified participants. So the property owners on this list have expressed a willingness to participate. Sites are also in all 5 supervisorial districts, and the 35 sites are on option 1, are included regardless of the score that they received. Option 2 consists of 28 sites totaling 109.7 acres, and at 20 dwelling units per acre, that could produce 2,196 units. This represents, however, a smaller buffer at only approximately 20%, but similar to option 1, only includes verified participants. The key distinction here is that option 2 includes sites that scored an 80 or higher. So sites that ranked lower than that were not included in option 2. Option 2 also includes sites in all 5 supervisorial districts. Option 3 is a little different in that it does not consider the property owner's intent. So this does include sites where we've heard from property owners that they don't want to have their sites rezoned, or they were sites with active development applications or pre-development meetings, as well as one unresponsive property owner. But these are sites that scored an 80 or higher. They scored quite well, so they're being provided to you for consideration today. Option 3 would result in an approximate buffer of 31% and includes 35 sites totaling 105.6 acres, which represents a unit potential of 2,132 units at the 20 dwelling unit per acre density. So first I will go into option 1, discuss option 2 and option 3, and then I will conclude with the staff recommended option. So option 1, as I mentioned, is a 54% buffer, and here we see a breakdown of the sites as organized in the various districts. So in District 1, there are 4 sites identified. In District 2, there's 1 site. District 3, there are 3 sites. District 4, there are 7 sites. And in District 5, there are 20 sites. So this map is a little difficult to see, but I do have more specific maps included with the presentation for each area for reference. But for the purposes of this portion of the presentation, I will be noting the county-wide maps. So here we have option 1, and the colors down here represent the various scores. So this does include, as I mentioned, some of the lower ranking scores, including 7 sites that received a rank of 80 or lower, including a site located on Florence Lane that is actually the lowest ranked site on the entire list. So this is showing our proposed options, and this represents all of the property owners who have indicated a willingness to participate. So similar to the graph that was shown earlier, this is showing the various breakdown of the existing allocation in the districts, and then the colored portions represent the units that are proposed in option 1. So the intent of this information is to show what the various breakdown is of the unit allocation by supervisorial district. Next, in option 2, as I noted, this is a smaller list with 28 sites representing a buffer of 20%. In option 2, there are 4 sites in District 1, 1 in District 2, 3 in District 3, 7 in District 4, and 13 in District 5. This includes just the verified participants and sites that scored an 80 or above. So again, showing the map here, what you'll notice is, for example, the red one on Florence Lane is gone because, again, that was one of the lower ranking sites. And option 2 is the highest ranking sites of the verified participants. Similar to the previous graphs, this is showing the breakdown by district. And as you'll see, that the unit breakdown is a little different because this list is slightly smaller than the other 2. Option 3 includes 34 properties representing an approximate buffer of 31%. The primary distinction between option 3 as compared to option 1 and 2 is that the property owner intent was not included with this consideration. In addition, there are no sites identified in option 3 in District 2. So in option 3, again, this is sites that received a score of 80 or higher, again, throughout the county, but there are no sites identified in District 2. And then again, showing the breakdown here, the only sites that would be in District 2 are those that were identified in the specific plan. In option 3, I would also note that District 5 has slightly more than half of the burden at 55%. So again, going through the various options, the summary here. Option 1 is 35 sites, totaling 159.7 acres. It's a 54% buffer, so it's a very robust buffer. It includes verified participants only, regardless of the score they received on our ranking criteria, and sites are located in all 5 of the supervisorial districts. Option 2 is similar to option 1, with the exception that it's sites that scored an 80 or higher. Again, option 1, the score is not in consideration. This is just the verified participants. And option 2 is verified participants ranking 80 or higher. Option 3 is any site that scored 80 or higher, regardless of the property owner intent. And this option would provide a 31% buffer. The rezone list refinement staff recommendation is option 1. And the reason for that is because it has a very robust buffer of 54%. And that's important because, as was noted earlier in the presentation, we have to comply with no net loss policies. The larger buffer we have, the more room we have for making those determinations and being able to demonstrate to the state that if any of these sites are developed with a non-residential or a market rate residential project, that there is still a no net loss of units. In addition, this list includes verified participants only. There are no forced rezones. There are sites in each supervisorial district, and though it does include some of the lower ranking properties, it also includes the highest ranked. So once staff has received direction to refine the rezone list, we will be installing notification signage on all of the proposed rezone sites. We will also be providing a status update to the municipal advisory councils. And the public will also have an opportunity to participate in hearings for the EIR, including the draft EIR and the final EIR. And we will also be holding a town hall in the spring. There will also be meetings. No, I already mentioned the EIR meetings. Okay. And I just want to note again that the deadline for compliance with this project is May 15th, 2024, which is right around the corner. So with that, I conclude my presentation, and I'm available for any questions and comments you may have. And I do just want to remind the board that I have maps available for all of the various options that are more specific than the county-wide maps. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Nice presentation. I have a question about the Housing Trust Placer properties in Penryn, 17 and 18. Now, the Housing Trust Placer has requested them taken off of the list, but you're going to keep them on until further negotiations. And can you explain why the county would want to do that?
So we want to ensure that it's given its due consideration, and I don't know if Chris wants to add some more to that.
Yeah, I just will add a little bit in response. The property, as Callie mentioned, they've requested to have it removed. I think at this point, staff would recommend that we continue to move forward with option 1, which includes the property on the list, and that through follow-up conversations with Housing Trust Placer, that we make a determination of whether or not the property should be removed or not. We believe that the property fits the rezone program very well. There are some benefits to having the property on the rezone list. However, as they've noted in their letter, they are able to move forward with their project because it is commercially zoned. They're able to develop at the density that they are proposing with a state density bonus request that they can carry out their project. So we would recommend that we leave it on at this point because there's further work to be done to lead up to the final rezone list, and we'll continue working with Housing Trust Placer and make a final determination before we bring it back before the board for final action.
Okay, thank you. Regarding option 1, it seems to me that would be more agreeable to the state of California if we chose that option, because that would give us a 54% buffer. How does that benefit Placer County?
That benefits Placer County because, as was noted earlier, we are required to comply with no net loss provisions. And so what that means is as projects come forward on these sites, if those projects are either non-residential or they are for market rate residential projects, then we have to make a determination that there is still adequate capacity remaining for those sites. So the benefit to Placer County is that we would not have to engage in further rezones as we go forward through our housing element cycle. If there's not a large buffer, then we may need to rezone additional sites, and we have a very short time period to do so. Under the no net loss provisions, it's 180 days that the county would have to rezone properties if we do not have a sufficient buffer and those sites fall off of our capacity.
So option 2 is only 20%, and that would hamper us if we weren't be able to meet our required designation of properties, and then we'd have to come back again.
Potentially.
Potentially.
And I think if I will, Chairman, if I could just add another point there, sorry, over here. Chris Woodley. Yeah. As I mentioned during the remarks that I made, there's also the flexibility that's needed with the potential decrease in the number of units we can count for accessory dwelling units. There's also potentially other developments that may not pan out during the housing element cycle. So the real intent behind this rezone and the request for a significant buffer is to provide us with enough flexibility to get through this housing element cycle. And then as we are kicking off our general plan update, there will be a more comprehensive analysis looking at growth and density throughout the county to get us through the 7th and 8th cycle housing elements. So this is an effort to get us through the remaining 5 years, and then further discussions, a more comprehensive discussion about growth and density as we look to develop through 2050 through the general plan update.
And again, these are all willing property owners, willing to participate in the program, and these are only in the unincorporated areas of Placer County, not the cities.
That's correct. The cities have their own obligations for RENA.
Right. Thank you. Okay, who's next? Supervisor Gore?
Thank you. Yes. Question for you, Callie, about the EIR. So there are 74 sites. There's a programmatic EIR being completed. So let's take, for example, a couple of properties are being looked at. There's some properties in my district where they opted in, right? They weren't identified by staff. And so they are on a 2-lane road next to a bridge, and there's concern about capacity and overcrowding for the school. In the EIR, if it was determined, the EIR would determine like if they had to widen the bridge or if they'd have to do different things to mitigate for that project, right?
Correct.
So the EIR could actually, in effect, rule out some projects because there's too much mitigation needed for the project to be feasible. Is that correct or not correct?
I think it's difficult to determine feasibility based on compliance with mitigation measures just because certain applicants have the ability, it's just some applicants have deeper pockets, right, and are able to mitigate, for example, environmental effects. Under the PCC Placer County Conservation Program, for example, an impact to, say, a vernal pool is quite expensive. I think if memory serves, it's around $200,000 per acre of impact to a vernal pool. That may or may not make a project infeasible. It depends on what that project is seeking to do, as well as the ability for that project to mitigate that kind of impact. So to the extent that a project would not be able to be built because of environmental concerns, the EIR will address and analyze impacts, but whether or not a project is feasible because of the amount of mitigation that's placed on it, it just depends.
And a follow-up on that. So say, for example, I've got a residential, 5-acre residential parcel or rural residential parcel. It gets rezoned. If somebody came in, they'd have to comply with the mitigation according to the EIR. And a property owner could choose to do that, or they could sell that property as it is currently zoned. Like they could sell it as a rural residential, that 5-acre parcel, leave it like that is. It wouldn't have to be sold for redevelopment. It could just be sold as is, the use as it is, correct?
Sorry, I'll take that. Once the property is rezoned, then they would have to comply with the new zoning
Only if
requirements.
they wanted to make a change. If there's a home on a parcel, that home could be sold as is.
Sure,
with
if there's
that
if
zoning.
there's an existing home on a property that would then be legal non-conforming as a result of the rezone, yes, they'd be able to sell the home and they would be able to enjoy the home and live at the home until the property was developed at some point, and that would then need to comply with the requirements of the new zoning district.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson?
Thank you. First off, I think, looking at all the faces in the room today, I am certain that we're going to hear a lot of public comment on this. And I think we can all agree we don't want the state rezoning properties to meet these goals and mandating it. So I think there's one point of agreement in the room. Hopefully there's more. And so I'm really appreciative of staff getting ahead of this and giving us plenty of time to discuss this before that May deadline in which the state could take over. And so I want to do our best to get there. I asked a lot of questions in my briefing and then subsequently over the weekend, over a holiday weekend. Thank you for responding to those. The basis by which we're assigned the numbers we have to achieve are based on the presumption of growth that our county takes in the SACOG region. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The RENA numbers are based on projected growth as part of the Metropolitan Transportation Planning process,
Right.
as well as some adjustment factors that they're able to, or that go into the calculation. But yes,
Okay.
basically.
And very little of that projected growth is actually in District 5. While we're 80% of the county's geography, very little of that new growth is projected in District 5. A lot of the new growth that we have approved as the Board of Supervisors prior to my arrival here was done in our specific plans in Western County, correct? Is that fair to say? I'm
Yeah,
trying to
I
build a
think that's
case
fair to
here.
say.
I'm not as good as the DA is at building cases, but I'm trying.
I think that's fair to say. There is development, obviously, in District 5 that's taken into consideration, but the vast majority.
The vast majority. And so as I look at it, I think we can all ask our residents to take their fair share, but I think what you're hearing from a lot of the constituents in North Auburn, Bowman, rural areas of our county feel disproportionately burdened by the impacts of this rezoning. And so I wanted to put that on the table as I hear that. I think we've received so many emails and seeing the turnout today, I think we agree that that is a concern. We all have to be willing to do our part, but what is the fair share? SACOG distributed it based on where the presumption of growth was, and I don't necessarily think this reflects that same philosophy as we look at our county. So that's one point. Second point is, how have we consulted the special districts and school districts that will be impacted by these decisions? Because often, very low and low housing developers come in and then they want us to waive fees and waive impact fees and things that do generate revenues to those districts to provide services and updates to their equipment. So have they been consulted in this process? And have they weighed in with the numbers we're talking about and the projection of increased enrollment, increased, for fire services and public safety, obviously, in unincorporated, it's our sheriff. Does he have the resources in those areas? And making sure that where we plan and consider this, that we're working closely with these other agencies. While we're in charge of land use, the impacts are much greater. So I don't know if you want to explain how we've involved the special districts.
Absolutely, yes. So I have engaged with special districts, including the Loomis Union School District, outreach to the Placer County Office of Education. I've met with serving fire districts, and I've also met with Placer County Sheriff. And so we are working with these service providers. We are looping them in at every step of the way and ensuring that they are reviewing what we are proposing. As it relates to the school districts, they haven't come out and outright said, we can't serve another possible student. That's not something I've been hearing from the school districts. Having said that, they do have concerns about being overburdened. That is something we've heard from the school districts. As it relates to the fire districts, we have heard some concerns, primarily from the Penryn, Newcastle, Placer Hills Fire District. We did receive a letter from them, and we've also been in contact with them and having conversations throughout this process. We've also engaged with South Placer Fire, City of Auburn Fire Department, as well as CAL FIRE. And so they are being engaged every step of the way, and we are taking their concerns into consideration.
Well, I appreciate that, and as we go through the environmental impact report, hopefully they'll have more opportunity to comment. But we heard earlier this morning, we started our meeting with the Williams Act schools and some of those that are serving those communities and the extra review and resources that are needed to ensure that all of the students receive adequate education. So working closely with our schools as well. And I think the third point I wanted to make is, housing and jobs is really important, and keeping people off of needing to travel as far to jobs. And I don't see necessarily the job growth in District 5 that we're seeing in the other areas with all of the investment in Sunset area for job growth. And so as we put housing here and the jobs are down there, 49 becomes more congested, those areas. And so that nexus in our planning has got to be key as we move into a future with VMT being such an important part that the state's looking at. So I'd like, as I know this is a workshop and we're going to be hearing feedback, but I'd like to make sure that we consider that as county supervisors. Where have we put the job growth? And then shouldn't the housing be in those areas where people can potentially walk or do short drives to work versus the kind of commute you'd be talking about from North Auburn or Bowman to a job site? I'm sure I'll have other comments, but those are my those questions. And then looking at VMT, especially, I think as we look at the traffic flows. So.
I will just make one response to the comments that you made. I do think that staff, in putting together this revised list, did look at a much more equitable distribution of sites from what was previously identified as part of the candidate zone list in the housing element. We certainly took into consideration high resource areas. Those are particularly in the Granite Bay area, where we did add a number of sites through that process, either through voluntary participation or other, or the analysis that was previously done adding those sites. So that was certainly a consideration moving forward with this recommended option to create a little bit more balance in the list. And as it relates to the meetings with special districts and meeting with other service providers, I think once we get to a point where we have a refined list and an option to move forward with, then it's a much smaller list of properties that then we can have more targeted outreach done to talk about impacts based on a smaller list rather than the entire 74 list of properties.
I appreciate that very much, and I know you've done a lot to try to work, especially with trying to work with voluntary property owners, and I commend that. But if we don't have enough voluntary where the impacts are being created, I'm torn about that. And then I guess one final point is definitely want to make sure that we're considering the mitigation fees on these projects, because I have a feeling it will come back to the board for discussions from general fund contributions, and that needs to include looking at the special districts that we're impacting with this development. So I just want to put that out to the board that, as you know, affordable housing is affordable to the user, not affordable to build. And so we'll be asked to reduce those fees, and that won't be adequate for these other jurisdictions. So at least that's what's happening in other areas of the state.
One thing I do want to respond to in regards to the comments about VMT and job centers in Auburn-Bowman. I think it is important to acknowledge the existing commercial and job centers that are here in Auburn. We have the hospital, we have Timberline right under construction, we have the various shopping centers, we also have the airport. So there certainly are quite a few job centers here within North Auburn. I just want to acknowledge that.
Yeah, and you're correct. I just watch as I drive down all of the traffic on 49 exiting and going the other direction, west on 80.
Thank you, Supervisor. I want to piggyback on Supervisor Gustafson's comments about special fire districts, particularly the ones in the rural areas. They are challenged. And if we move forward with affordable units within those districts, the fire districts need to have the resources to provide those services. So that's critical in my judgment as far as moving forward with this. And I'll move to Supervisor Landon.
Okay, thank you. I have a number of questions. I'm sorry ahead of time. My first question is on slide 11 on the CEQA analysis. I know that Supervisor Gustafson touched on the schools and law enforcement, but I don't see schools, wastewater, and law enforcement included on the CEQA analysis. Are those areas that will be analyzed? Are they just not listed on there, or are they not official on that list?
Let me just go back to the slide. No, that's what we're here for. Okay. So, we don't have services. The initial study in the notice of preparation does include an analysis of services. And I thought that we did have a service section. We do talk about wildfire, transportation, noise. Schools aren't, would likely be covered in the service section, but I don't think schools are typically identified in CEQA. Having said that, though, the impacts to fire services as well as other emergency services, that's typically included in a services section of the EIR. But we will be analyzing that.
Okay, I just out of curiosity, and you may not know, you may not have the answer to this right now, but I would be curious to know whether there has been research on impacts to calls for service when it comes to multifamily housing, and if there is a correlation between an increase for calls for service, but we're getting a reduction in our dollars because we're rezoning from commercial. I would be curious to know what those numbers might be, I guess. That's kind of more of just a comment, I guess. Okay. I did read through all of the comments that came in, including the City of Auburn's, and I had a couple things on their questions that I wanted to ask about. On page 5 of their comments in item C, it says the project description should disclose whether every rezoned site will be designated as low or very low income for RENA purposes. I understood greatly why that would be important. I'm wondering if that's an option. I don't know if you want to address that now or if you want.
So right now in the RM30 zone district, there's not a requirement to build low income. It does increase the potential opportunities for low income development, but a site that is rezoned to RM30 is not required to build for deed restricted for affordability. Having said that, there are incentives that are available to developers should they go down that route.
Okay, thank you. And then items D and E, I'm just hoping at some point during this conversation, maybe you can speak to those comments that they had on page 6 as well, their comment letter. And then this is more of a question of what other options do we have. So is there anything creative that other jurisdictions are doing to, because I don't think there's really much excitement or support for wanting to do really any of these rezones, but we obviously are in a predicament, and probably will have to plug our nose and do something. So my question is are there any things that other jurisdictions are doing that we might be able to consider here?
That's certainly something we've looked into, and as we go through this sixth cycle, we are one of many jurisdictions that are we're all in the same boat trying to figure it out. And so there really hasn't been anything very, I would say, unique or creative. I think a lot of jurisdictions, including Placer, were really banking on the overlay because that is the most amenable. And now that we don't have that opportunity, we're really looking at rezoning.
Okay. And then another question I have is speaking to what Supervisor Gustafson was talking about when it comes to having this type of housing be more in the suburban/urban, as urban as you can get in Placer County areas. And obviously our specific plans in West Placer do have quite a bit, but is there opportunity to have any additional considerations in the West Placer area that we may not be currently considering, or has that been completely exhausted? Are there specific plans that might be able to include any more, or is that a moot point?
So a couple things is that specific plans do have development agreements that they are held to. So to the extent that a development agreement could be modified, that is its own separate process. We're not adding any more sites at this point, and that's because we are doing an environmental analysis. Now that said, the board could rezone enough sites to meet a minimum, and then you could direct staff to come back and add additional sites. That is one thing the board could do. But I caveat that with, we do have to accomplish this program by May 15th of next year. And so if we do not have the sites rezoned sufficient to what we have promised to the state, then there are potential consequences from that.
Supervisor Landon, if I could just add on to that, I think similar to the comments that I made earlier, I think the effort that we are bringing forward and what the recommended option is to really get us through that sixth cycle through the end of 2029. I think there are a lot more options that might be available, particularly in the Dry Creek Community Plan area, as we look at development through the general plan update and look at ways to encourage and incentivize additional land to be developed as multifamily to accomplish future growth. But the challenge, again, given the short time frame, given the fact that the housing element cycle only goes through, I know I'm saying only goes through 2029, but it is relatively a short amount of time. So this effort, the intent is to get us through that housing element cycle and then do some more comprehensive planning to get us through the upcoming cycles.
Okay, and as a follow-up to that, have there been any conversations with some of those developers out in the West Placer region to see if they might have interest in amending their DAs to include more of this housing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Sorry, I'm almost done. I was curious on the Penryn number 16 and 17, how many units are currently planned for that?
The application notes 240 units.
Okay, thanks. And then I guess just one last question is, if we were non-compliant and we were penalized for that, is there will we have the opportunity to rectify that? Will they come in with a heavy hand? I'm sure part of this is we're just guessing because we don't know, but will they immediately come in with a heavy hand, or will they say, okay, this is your warning, you have 3 months to come up with a new plan? Or I'm just trying to figure out how far we can push the envelope. Yes.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, please.
You don't.
Okay.
I lived through the shutdown in Sacramento County. It was not pretty. They could not issue any building permits. And I mean any. That means even if you had a roof remodel and wanted a building permit, you couldn't get it. The state takes this very, very seriously. And there is little or no latitude for us to argue why it is we didn't have sufficient sites. The penalties are severe. If I'm not mistaken, it was, $10,000 per month I mean, the monetary penalties, the potential of us being sued because we aren't complying are fairly onerous. And I would not recommend that you assume we can have any arguments with the state when we, in fact, implemented a housing element that said we would comply with this by May 24th, May 12th, 15th?
May 15th.
Thank you. And they certified our housing element on that basis. They can decertify our housing element. We lose a ton of grant funding potentially, in addition to the legal monetary.
Okay, one last thing that came up after she said that. So, if there are developers out in the West Placer area that are interested in potentially including additional housing in their projects, is there any possibility that the state would give an extension if we were working towards something and it was on the record that we are working towards this? Is there any possibility that the state might give us an extension for that May 15th deadline?
I do not have an answer for that.
Yeah, this is Chris. I would say that I don't believe so. I do think is there are properties, or if there are property owners, if there are developers that are intending to develop affordable housing on sites that are not on our inventory, the benefit of that, going back to earlier conversation about the no net loss analysis, units that are not on our inventory do get counted, and so those would increase the amount of buffer then that we would have, and so we wouldn't need as large of a buffer. At this point in time, we don't see any sites or any projects outside of the Housing Trust Placer one, which is actually on our list right now, that are being proposed that would make staff feel confident in recommending to you that there could be a lesser buffer because there are sites that are in pipeline that are not in the inventory. But that's certainly something that as we're moving forward and projects are proposed, that will net us to the good.
Thank you.
May I just make a comment? And I appreciate you trying to problem solve and think about that. And the biggest challenge is even getting high-density homes built in specific plans. And so to ask a developer to do even more than what's already in a development agreement is really challenging because they don't make, it's a lot more expensive and challenging to build high-density housing. So I like the thought there, but it would be really difficult to get these folks to say, hey, yeah, we want to do more.
I had one follow-up clarification on that last dialogue as well. So if by chance we got some willing other areas and those units could count, we've already rezoned these properties. It would be very challenging for us to downzone properties, and Placer County typically doesn't do that.
Yeah, very difficult, and even more so difficult with SB 330, which precludes the downzoning of residentially zoned properties unless there's a subsequent, or I'm sorry, a concurrent upzoning of properties at the same time.
So we would have to do it at the time that we were approving a potential development that was going to count. We would immediately then take some sites off of this, but those property owners might be working on a project we just haven't heard of yet.
That's correct.
So that's the challenge for us. I thank the state so much for this opportunity to solve their problems. So. But anyway, thanks.
So as we move forward, we're going to start the draft ERR in January, and it has to be ready and bring to the board, the Planning Commission into the Board of Supervisors by April, so it'll be approved and sent to the state by May 15th.
That is our goal, and we are on track to do so.
Good answer. Thank you. Any other questions, comments from board members? Okay, then I think this is the time to open it up to the public. Is that correct?
Yep.
All righty. Mr. LaDuca, please come forward. Do we have clerk? We have sign-up sheets for people? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Marcus LaDuca, 3300 Douglas Boulevard. On behalf of the property owner of sites 21 and 22 along the Penrod Road off-ramp to Interstate 80, I want to express my client's appreciation to your staff for its recommendation to exclude from the housing element rezone program the properties of owners who do not wish to have their properties rezoned. I handed out my client's letter that had previously been submitted to the county on November 8th, where my client went on record requesting removal from the rezone list and the reason why these two parcels do not belong on that list. Apart from the issue of having to have an adequate buffer of multifamily residential sites in whatever option you choose, I have found in my past experience in housing element updates and RENA rezone programs that the one thing you do not ever want to have in such a list are the properties of owners who oppose having their properties rezoned. In short, inclusion of such properties is a recipe for disaster. Again, we want to thank your staff for coming forward with an option that does not include properties of owners who oppose having their properties rezoned. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I did want to, not on behalf of my client, but address some of the comments raised, because we haven't gone through this here in Placer County before. The example of what can happen to you if you have deemed an inadequate housing element, go ask the city of Folsom. In the 1990s, their housing element was found inadequate. The next day, they could not issue building permits. So if you wanted to put a pool in your backyard, couldn't do it. They had to go out on an emergency basis, do secret review, and have to rezone a bunch of properties that they did not want to do. But other than that, they could not issue. So if they had a huge commercial project, wanted to locate, invest millions of dollars in their city, they had to say, we can't do it. The other aspect of this is, if you that hasn't been mentioned, is for decades in housing element law, you had 5-year housing elements starting in the late 1960s, and you'd have your list of sites, and you'd put them in every housing element, and you just keep rolling them over. During your last housing element, the 2013 to 2021 cycle, state law changed. Now, if you include a site for 2 consecutive housing element periods, and it's not built on, you have to legally remove it from your next housing element. So we're at the end of 2023, 2024, you have 5 years starting next January to have a new housing element. If you have sites from the original 31 that staff talked about that were included in any of your options, and they weren't built in 23 to 21, and they don't get built in this housing element, you will put yourself behind the crosshairs in 2029. The other part of this is you don't want to have to go through builder's remedy. I have a client who's got projects in the Bay Area where most of the housing elements were deemed to be out of compliance, and it's creating mass havoc because you lose all discretion. You just simply lose all discretion. And they are coming through with projects that the community is in uproar about, and they can't do anything to stop them. They just can't. And builder's remedy is being implemented all over the state of California, where in jurisdictions where you don't have an adequate housing element is deemed by the state of California. Thank you.
Mr. LaLuca, I got a question. Would you restate the number, number or so?
21 and 22.
Okay.
And in options 1 and 2, that's not included in.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, now we're,
If all card holders in group 1 could line up.
card holders in group 1, please. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Whitley. I live in Secret Ravine Road in Loomis since 1995 and have seen many changes. There have been a lot of high-density housing built in the past 10 to 15 years in Loomis area that were far from affordable. That being said, this mad push to create very low-income housing without consideration for area use, safe road infrastructure, and stormwater runoff is irresponsible. The particular area the residents on my street are so opposed to is the area near I-80 in Penryn, just south of, I don't know the parcel number, I couldn't see that far, just south of 80. It's just behind the Penryn Plaza. As a registered civil engineer with 20 years of experience in traffic safety, the density of housing you're considering in this area will create a high risk of accidents, fatalities, and congestion. We have several low visibility hills and people that drive very fast coming in and out of that with this freeway right there with no signal. It's going to create a very hazardous situation. So the current road also does not have infrastructure for bike paths. I nearly had my head taken off by Mack trucks trying to walk that street. So there is no consideration for that kind of infrastructure for it being walkable at all. In addition to that, I have some concerns about stormwater runoff. You're going to basically pave over that whole area behind Penryn Plaza, and it sits directly next to Secret Ravine Creek, which dumps right into other creeks, namely Dry Creek, which has a history of flooding every year. These are very real concerns. In addition to the rural nature, this area is not conducive to multi-story, high-density housing. Most of the places have, 1 resident to 2 acres is what we're sitting on most of the places on Secret Ravine. And that's all I really have. I really oppose, especially this one particular area, due to its proximity to the freeway and all the traffic that it will generate. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, Wayne.
Morning, Chairman Holmes, Supervisors, Karen and Daniel. Wayne Nader. I passed out the City of Auburn letter, which Shanny Landon mentioned, and I want to talk about that just very briefly. I highlighted some things in there for you that you may have already picked up, but I wanted to also talk about what I'm sensing in this is that this is a train that's headed down the track that we can't really do anything with. I mean, we have a time frame that's very short. The planning department has done what they're going to do, and to try to divert that train to another track is not going to happen. So I'm frustrated because we should have been having the discussion that you're having right now about, especially with Supervisor Gustafson and Supervisor Landon's comments about where is the job centers for these type of housing. And I really believe that the western part of the county, the southwest part, is the more appropriate, but it's too late. We've got these sites, we're going to have to go move forward. As far as these housings making sense financially, they don't unless they're heavily subsidized. I mean, the wonderful project that's here, the Mercy Housing, as I've mentioned before, was north of $36 million, and it had to be heavily subsidized to be, and that all these projects are going to have to be heavily subsidized to even work. So just very quickly, I'll run through a couple of things that I felt. Again, I highlighted these things for you to look at. My big issue is that the concentration of these is in the North Auburn area. Talk about equitable. This is not equitable. The burden is very heavily given to North Auburn. The majority of, if you look at any one of the options, District 5 is heavily burdened with, especially North Auburn, with the most units. And the infrastructure does not support it here. 49 is already a challenge. So I just don't see how we can go forward without having some pretty negative implications to Highway 49 and the general Auburn area. These points that the city has made are very legitimate and need to be considered as we move forward with the draft EIR. I'm hopeful that some of them can be addressed because otherwise I think the Auburn area is going to suffer greatly in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jeff Pettit. I live at 710 Blitz Lane here in North Auburn. It's been really interesting I've been to a couple of the previous meetings, interesting to hear a collective sigh of relief from the board and the commission of we've got willing property owners. And I think you can, which is great, but I think you can see behind me, we've got a lot of very concerned and unwilling neighbors. So I'm not sure what can be done about that. I'm going to save my question for the end so that I don't run out of time. Supervisor Gustafson, you're in the District 5. And I would invite anybody in the room or any of you up there to drive by the intersection of Blitz Lane on Edgewood Road. And there are 3 properties right on that particular corner that are on option 1 list. And they would include a total, at the 20 acres, 20 units per acre limit, that would be 312 units in that little spot at the entrance and then going back some part on a longer property. 312 units, it's 15.6 acres, 625 parking spaces. I don't know if the parking spaces are underneath the building or it has to be 3 stories. Drive by and just imagine what that's going to look like. It's a lovely building out there that we're pointed to, that this is what it could be like. But imagine a hotel, basically, at the beginning of a very rural street. I also then want to ask the question, is there anything, and gosh, I hope I don't take the wind out of anyone's sails, is there anything that any resident is going to be able to say today at any other meeting that would change anybody's mind on this project? And it doesn't seem like it. My question is, under what circumstances would any parcel be dropped from the list? Under what, I guess that's a question for the commission here, but under what circumstances?
Please address your questions to the board.
Oh, sure, then you can ask them.
And then,
all right.
Are we taking notes on these and we'll answer them at the end of public comment?
Okay, sure, yep,
Okay.
so that's my question.
Okay, thank
Did
you.
you catch it? Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Hi, my name's Catherine Gaphart. I live on Secret Ravine Road and in Loomis. And as far as the sites on this proposed list, site 13, 17, 21, 22, 32, and 33, all will directly impact, specifically, I live within a mile or less of that, of all of those areas. So from a personal standpoint, I don't see how my property value isn't going to dramatically lessen by all of those structures being there. I also noticed in district, or in like the 3 area and the 4 area, those areas all happen to be right near each other. So if you live in that area, then you are like, for lack of better terms, like really in an unfortunate situation. And that's where I find myself. I recognize that no one here is probably like really happy as far as neighbors of the property owners that are willing to like go into this, but also my one small question would be is why have we not looked in other areas in Roseville and Rockland where there are other like high density housing and where they have the infrastructure to sustain another building like that compared to that specific area? Because I don't see how in that environmental study, like that specific area would not, like the cost of building the infrastructure to house all of those areas, specifically in the sites that I just mentioned, is going to be astronomical. And I was just curious, is that my tax dollars that I have to spend to pay for something that I don't want? That's just my last little comment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Hello.
Hello. My concern is with the Florence Lane one. We live at the end of Florence Lane on Helen Lane, and our lots there are required to be a certain size, 1 acre up to 5 acres, I think we are out there. We have about 650 homes in the Christian Valley area that are on the water district system. If these 13-acre lots, you have the 20 units, it's 260 units. If you have 3 people, that's 780 people there. If each person home has 2 cars, you got 520 cars there. It's difficult enough to get off Florence Lane onto Highway 49 to go into town. If you have 30 units, that's 1,170 people and 780 cars if they have 2 cars. I'm on 2.5 acres. I can imagine having 50 units on my lot where I've got a house and a detached garage, there's just no way. That's high density. It's ridiculous. And I do have a 1.5 acre vacant lot, and I'm wondering, when you say it rezones, after it rezones, you're required to do that? Is that just the 13 acre lot that's in this option 1? Or is that all the property out in that area of the county? If I were to sell my lot, do I have to put 30 units on it? No. Okay, well, I think it's overkill for that area. I think it's the wrong place, the wrong time. We moved there for a reason, to have elbow space. We don't want our elbow space taken away. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. We need your name for the record.
Teresa, Teresa, Howell, P as in piano, Owell.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Anyone else in number 1? Alrighty, then we'll take questions from, comments from members of number 2. Hello again.
Jennifer from Placer County. So I just wanted to bring up a small issue that many of our constituents noticed and voters with the draft, with the NOP. We were told to send comments to Callie's address plus another address that wasn't working for email. And unfortunately, everything kept bouncing back. And the county was gracious enough to give us another week to submit our comments. And they went to Callie, I guess, directly, and then I guess she didn't send them out till late last night. So Megan didn't have time to get them into your packet, is what we were told, because a lot of comments people took a lot of time to make and follow this situation didn't make it to your packet. And so a lot of people are a little bit upset about that. So I just wanted to bring that up and just ask why we weren't told to send things directly to Megan so that wouldn't happen. Because a lot of people have, spent a lot of time following this. And so I just wanted to bring that up. So I just have a few questions here. I don't really understand why the low-income housing only has a 50-year deed. What happens after the 50 years? Does it change its way that you can sell that house or how it's structured? So we're doing a lot for maybe only something that lasts for 50 years, and I just was hoping we could get a clarification on that. And then what happens when I went to one of the MAC meetings, the fire department said with this change in the Penryn area, it would probably double their calls for fire, because the fire department does a lot of the ambulance calls in the area. And so I really do hope we are going to look at how EMS, fire, and police are all going to, or it would be sheriffs in that area at least, how we are going to be understaffed most likely once these units are brought forward. And then I learned that the city of Auburn today is having issues with their fire department where it might close. And how is that going to affect this program as well? And then how come we allow developers, when they do make these housing developments, how come they can pay to not put in affordable housing when that's part of the criteria? And is that a practice we're going to continue or stop so we're not put in this situation in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Good morning. My name is Robert Shikluna. I'm a resident of Christian Valley. So my main concern is the Highway 49 and Florence rezoning. I've lived out in Christian Valley for 22 years. I've been in Auburn since 1973. So I've seen Auburn grow, and I understand that's, that happens in time. The widening of Highway 49, But I guess what I'm getting at is I worked my whole life. I had nothing given to me. I worked my butt off, rubbing pennies together to get that house out there, to get privacy, my own space, to not live in town, because I did live in town during those years. And now you want to move low-income people out to my area, and it doesn't sit right with me. I've worked my butt off. And to see this happening, you're running scared from Gavin Newsom with his threats? Stand up to him. We don't need to be the next San Jose or LA. This is Auburn, a small town community. Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bob Heiser, and I appreciate you guys taking care of us and your knowledge that you have on a lot of things already. I have two concerns. I live in North Auburn, but I go to church in Penryn. And I agree with all you guys said about Highway 49 and all of that. But Penryn, that area right there, if they put in all those housing units they're going to put in, would probably 3 times or 5 times triple the population of Penryn. Penryn has about 1,100 people. The two things there would put in probably 3,000 to 5,000 people in that area with the amount of units they have if you have, say, 3 people per unit, which is going to, I'll agree with the engineer that came up and the attorney that brought up the points too. But the other 2 points, the other lot there has arsenic on it that have to be remediated. 3 feet they'd have to take out, so that would get really expensive. And they'd probably have to add schools. And that on-ramp, instead of having 1,000 people go on that on-ramp there, you'd probably have 5,000 people, or maybe twice or 3 times as many drivers going on that one off-ramp and on-ramp there in Penryn. So to me, it's just, plus Penryn's a no-growth area. There's no jobs in Penryn. Those people have to go into Roseville, someplace else, or Rockland, and probably a lot of them don't even have cars. The public transportation would be a nightmare too. So there's all kinds of, physical and environmental reasons that they should not take any of those, but take all of them off the list. In other words, don't just take, there's 4 of them that don't want to be on the list, and the 5th one is one really I know because they were going to give us that property at one time, but it's going to cost us well over $100,000 just to remediate that one property, and that was 10 years ago. So it probably cost $600,000-$700,000 to remediate it now, and I don't know if the other ones would also have to have that. So that's a possibility with all those places there. So I thank you for your time, and I hope you will take those people off your list. And if you do, that might make it from 54% to 50% or 45%. So it's not taking them out of a lot of the range that they say they need to be in. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, good morning. My name is Laura McCasland. And first of all, I'd like to see if you could put the link to these different maps in a more prominent place on your website. Excuse me. Over the last few weeks, I've been looking on the county website trying to find out where all the development is happening and where the rezoning is. And it was pretty difficult to find. Finally, I did find a link to an interactive map, which I think is your map. And I think I found it in minutes because I was going through your minutes from previous meetings and MAC meetings, and I found it, but then the link was broken. So I wasn't able to get anything because people were off last week from District 4 until this morning. An email was sent to me with a link to the map. So I'm hoping that can be displayed more prominently on your website, maybe on the portal, because this is so important to so many people in Placer County, especially with all the development that's happening. And I was wondering if there could be a map included that did include all of the locations of low-income housing. I mean, just an outline so we can see overall in the entire county where all of the low-income housing is located. In particular, I am concerned about the Penryn 80 exit, even though the PowerPoint display today illustrated how this impacts each of the districts. at Penryn and 80, District 3 meets District 4. So even though they're divided in two different districts, it's like a square mile right there, maybe 2 square miles. Excuse me, my voice is getting dry.
Okay.
Where it's going to be very dense with low-income housing, and there aren't jobs there. There's a little strip mall, couple gas stations. So people would have to travel, leave that area, have some kind of transportation for all these homes that are low income. So I see it seems to be flooding 80 and Penryn Road. So I do have that concern there. I would like to also see the presentation that was today, if that could be online, so we could look at it, because I would like to study the total number of housing between District 3, District 4, right at that location. How much would that total? And then I think my other concern is that with taxing, on our property taxes, I think we have 5 extra items for South Placer Fire District, in addition to the regular taxes. So they're getting a cut out of our property taxes for fire, and then they keep adding on items, it seems. And it seems like a year and a half ago, they had signs everywhere that said, "Save South Placer," and they were asking for more money. It was voted down, and so they closed a fire department that they had just remodeled in our area. So it's like, if all this low-income housing is going in, are the developers going to pay extra fees to cover all of these other infrastructure services that will be needed, or will they be placed on the backs of us again? I think that really, really needs to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have everything.
Hello.
Howdy. Larry Secluda. I live at 4358 Richardson Drive between Joger and Dry Creek. Currently, if there's a glitch on 49, Richardson becomes the second 49, because they'll come off one way or the other and take Richardson. So just wanted you to note that. The other thing is, if I saw the numbers right on one of your charts there, it looked like North Auburn is going to get upwards of over 6,000 units. Did I see that right? 25 in one, 30 some hundred in another. So that's over 6,000. You put one person in each unit, you now have 6,000 people in North Auburn. You put 2 people in the apartment, you got 12,000. You put 4 people in an apartment, you've got over 25,000 just in North Auburn. So, it doesn't take a mathematician to see what kind of problems that's going to result in. And to that lady's comment, these taxes are going to come on our backs. If I remember right, because I was here at one of the first meetings, low income is going to have to pay somewhere in the neighborhood of $600 a month rent. And low income will be somewhere in the neighborhood of $1,000 to $1,200 a month rent. So we're going to be bearing some of those taxes. And currently, I'm paying $6,000 a year in property taxes. And I'm sure there's people out there paying more than that. And I don't know how much more property taxes I can bear. I worked 47 years to be able to retire. Nobody's had to pay a dime for me along the way. Our schools are producing undergraduate kids. My son's a teacher. He says, "Dad, we don't even give out grades anymore. We just have to pass them." So we're producing low income population. And last thing I want to say is, where are all these people coming from? Because I can drive from here to Sacramento and I don't see families standing outside. I see homeless people, but that's a whole different situation. Where are all these people coming from? And with that, I'll leave you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, my name is Bruce Nagel. I live at 1601 Cornell Way, right down the hill here in Auburn. And first comment I want to make, because I appreciate Supervisor Gustafson's comments about the inequality of North Auburn and options 1 and 3 in terms of the impact and other comments made. The question I had was, at what stage does the airport land use compatibility come into play in terms of this? Because it seems like one of the parcels that's close to here would fall into the Auburn Airport land use compatibility zone. If there's 322 parcels I read that are in that area. So that's my question. Thank you very much.
Are we at number 3? Okay, those that have signed up on number 3. Hi, Patty.
Good morning, afternoon, Supervisors, Jim Holmes. I'm Patty Knifer. I'm here on my own behalf and also Preserve Penryn. I need to point this out just because it came up today, and I really do think option 1 and 2 are deceptive because they do include a huge amount of properties in Penryn with the owner that does not want low-income apartments. So you can't really say that they're compliant with it. So I just think that that's not the right way to put option 1 and 2, that they have the owners that would like to be part of this rezoning. They're not. And so you can't really say option 1 and 2 have owners that are willing to be rezoned. Of the 74 sites, many of them are right along Freeway 80 and highway traffic areas. Research shows that any living within 1,000 feet of a highway causes much higher risks in asthma, cancer, strokes, dementia, autism. That's all proven. So basically, the Air Resources Board already said avoid siting homes within 500 feet of freeways. Residential development next to highways have immense consequences on those people who live there, the children, the elderly. And I'm going to say this, I just think building high-density, low and very low apartments next to Highway 80 is discrimination and puts low-income families at higher risk based on their inability to afford other housing. Second point is that of the 10, 11, 14 proposed areas in the Penryn area, which includes District 3 and 4, the Loomis Unified School District is not going to say we cannot serve more children. They will make every attempt to serve those children. I do know that school district is 100% impacted. I have grandchildren that have to go to a different school. They have 4 elementary schools because they're 100% impacted. It is completely irresponsible to put more houses in that area of that density without taking care of the school district. And if a welfare tax exemption is granted to the low-income housing, they do not have to pay taxes into the school district or the fire or the public services. And that's a real possibility. And the developer has mentioned that that is a real possibility. So the solutions are going to be extremely hard, but if you're not evaluating in the EIR what the ramifications are on the school district or on the sheriffs, it says in the NOP, and I have to read this so I get it right, surprisingly, the notice of preparation concludes that impact on public services except fire are less than significant. So that says that in your notice of preparation. So the draft EIR will not have to consider libraries, schools, parks. It says it in the paperwork. So one of the questions was brought up, if schools were going to be considered and parks and other services. They're not being considered, if I'm reading the notice of preparation correctly. Thank you.
Thanks, Betty. Hello, Muriel.
Hi, good morning. I'm Muriel Davis from Penryn, and I'm going to read this so I don't forget anything, because it's all important to me. The county should question the number of affordable units that SACOG has ordered, because the population has decreased since those numbers were determined. Another point is the high-density housing and high-story buildings are not allowed in the Horseshoe Bar Penryn Community Plan, and the state law requires that community plans be considered for affordable housing locations. Affordable housing locations, according to the State Housing Community Development, HCD, must be in areas with, quote, high access to community opportunities and services, like jobs and stuff, and, unquote, and must be in, quote, existing communities to reduce vehicle miles traveled, unquote, as you mentioned. But locating these high-density affordable units in Penryn violates these requirements. Penryn has no jobs or transit or shopping nearby, so the vehicle miles traveled would skyrocket if high-density housing is built. And I think the supervisors today should not make a decision today because you need to recommend that planning go back and evaluate county and state-owned properties. That HCD in the state says to, quote, make excess state land available for affordable housing and requires cities and counties to include excess local public lands for affordable housing. I have it attached here. The rural areas like Penryn should not be unfairly burdened with these high-density affordable housing units. Penryn cannot handle the impact to already crowded schools, to our fire department, and 2-lane roads, and the I-80 interchange, etc. And Granite Bay, lots of things. Oh, I better hurry. Locations of high-density housing should not be double or triple the population of a community and should not severely harm the safety and peacefulness of a community. Penryn already has approved housing developments which will already impact the community. In Penryn, a small 2-story affordable housing unit would be a more reasonable choice for Penryn. I have 2 more points. County needs to post project signs on those selected properties. Every time I talk to somebody, many of the people I've already talked to do not even know that this project exists. They don't have email, they don't have Facebook. And so I question why that hasn't already happened. My other point is, why is county requiring a buffer? The RM30 zone says requires 20 to 30 units per acre. The county would only allow that be built on a site. So why do you need a buffer? Thank you. Oh.
Thanks, Muriel.
Hello, my name is Sheila Dobbin. I'm one of the unfortunate victims that lives off of Luther Road within a 1.5-mile radius of 11 of these proposed sites. Luther Road in no way has the capacity to handle that much of an influx of traffic. I'm a 3rd-generation Auburnite, and it's just heartbreaking to see the proposed downgrade to Placer County, particularly the North Auburn and Bowman area. We don't have the capacity, we don't have the jobs, we don't have the schools, we don't have the roadways, we don't have the sewer. Granted, with this so-called growth, Bowman and North Auburn will become the sewer of Placer County because of the impact of the high density, because of the impact of crowded roads. I can't even imagine trying to turn onto Luther Road. Curvy up and down road, 2-lane, no shoulder already, and we're gonna add all of these thousands of units for people to try to access 49 or 80 to get to jobs, to get to the grocery store. And how about the first responders to get to them? What about Auburn Faith Hospital trying to serve all of these people in North Auburn? All of a sudden, our population more than doubles. I think that the walls here would be bursting at the seams if the community were aware of this whole project. I happened to find out by accident because of a Facebook group I'm on. By accident, I've been told that this whole project has been advertised on the radio. I don't listen to KI. I've been told it's been an Auburn Journal. I don't subscribe, can't afford it. I'm a disabled widow. I can't afford the Auburn Journal. Why? I understand that the potentially impacted homeowners were notified. How about the residents? I'm not a homeowner of one of these prospective sites, but I sure will be impacted by all of the homes being built if it goes forward. I would implore you to consider if option A, B, or 1, 2, or 3 are our only options, go with the most conservative one until we get our ducks in a row, figure out even what the options are. I believe that we should look at housing already in the pipeline, how that can count towards this, if it can indeed count. Why go for the biggest possible impact long-term when we can be a bit more cautious? We can redevelop other sites, potentially rezone. Once this is done, it can't be undone very easily. And so I would implore you to use caution. I would encourage you, make sure that all residents are aware of this that are impacted. I'm not a homeowner, so it doesn't affect my property taxes, but it affects my rent as well. It affects my standard of life as well as my neighbors. Not one of my neighbors were aware of this until I shared it with them, and they had no idea. And unfortunately, they wouldn't come, other than my dad that happens to live next door. They said, it's a done deal. We can't do anything about it. And I would implore you to prove them wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Hello.
Hello. My name's Kim Stevens. I live at 711 Blitz Lane. And we've got a number of comments that are on the general effect. I'm most worried about my street because it's a small, privately maintained road with 13 properties on it, that there is no room for any extra traffic near it without impacting our access to emergency vehicles coming in or anything else, either during the construction of a property or with overflow parking or anything like that that might happen after a large property was put there. Also, so I'm particularly worried about site number 62 and 73, particularly site number 73, because if I look at the CPUC high fire threat district, it includes almost all of site 73 and my house as well. And so if I'm not able to get fire protection down that small road because of construction or anything else there, that's going to be a problem. Also on the site 62, that currently holds the postal service for all the houses in the area. So I'm not sure where how there'd be any room on that 1.3 acres to be able to still have our postal service. And also there's a access road right through the middle of that property that is the PG&E maintenance road for the Wise Canal. And they need to be able to get to that in order to maintain it. So there's also, Edgewood is not really developed enough to allow for any extra foot traffic. There are no sidewalks or anything. So anybody that's planning on like walking up to Highway 49 to get on a bus or something, it's already dangerous to walk along that road with the traffic that comes from further along Edgewood Ride. So I guess that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hello.
Hello, I'm Jane Negri, and I live at 4502 Olive Ranch Road, and I'm going to read my remarks or I'll forget them. My first concern is lack of public notification. There have been meetings and emails, but if you are just a citizen of Placer County, you have no idea what is being proposed. My neighbors do not know what is happening, and this will change their lives. The neighborhood that was so violated by the development of Bayside Fields, they don't know that the church has now volunteered the 3 acres they promised the community to be left as open space for rezoning for 20 to 30 homes per acre. This is not how rezoning should be accomplished. Every person in the area to be affected should receive a personal notification. The Granite Bay Community Plan has sought to guide the development in a manner that the citizens adopted. People moved here because they wanted open space and rural environment. For the most part, residents, their homes are their largest investment. We all will have our property values lowered if 20 to 30 per acre is approved for the suggested properties. The parcels 19, 20, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 29 are located on Auburn, Folsom, Douglas Boulevard, and Eureka Road. 2 parcels are located by a fire station. One is next to a middle school where the minimum units could be 348 to 522. This space may be available, but it is an area of high traffic volume, and the junior high students walk to and from school, they bike, they ride their scooters. With this many cars added to it, it is not good planning. There's also parent traffic. I realize a lot of time has been spent on this, and many factors such as sewer, water, electricity, streets have been considered. However, the most important factor is the people that already live there. What this overbuilding in our already established community would do to us was not considered. We were the missing factor and were neglected. And I want to read a quote to you from the initial study and checklist, page 75, discussion item 5.3. As described in this initial study, implication, you know what I mean, of the proposed projects could result in significant impacts related to air quality, greenhouse gases, emissions, noise, transportation, and fire protection and wildlife. And listen to this sentence. As such, the project could cause substantial adverse effects on human beings. That's us, the people you represent. So please choose an option 4. Look into developing the county's properties rather than the residents' properties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, supervisors. The reason for the rezone program is listed by Placer Planning to be because the housing element did not identify sufficient sites to accommodate the arena across all income levels. Everyone here, with I think exception of Supervisor Landon, voted that housing element in. How could you not identify appropriate number of sites? Saying the state made me do this when you have 55% of very low, extremely low, and low housing, yet you continue with the patterns of practice of not putting in appropriate housing in all of the developments doesn't make sense, but this is your pattern of practice. On November 3rd at the scoping meeting, I asked for an addition with another resident, the list of properties that the county owned, and they were not provided. I've submitted a Brown Act violation because it should be a simple query with the assessor's office to figure that out. You know where all your properties are. Placer County has strategically predetermined housing placement type by systematic approval of the location of the infrastructure funding using the Sunset Area Plan, American Rescue Act funding, Supervisor Bonnie Gore's representation on SACOG's Green Means Go infrastructure funding. The result of this spending is homogeneous, low-density, above moderate income housing in the Sunset area and Western Placer area, and high density and low income housing for the other infrastructure. So you've planned this. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to look at the past 2 housing elements, all of the infrastructure funding that you put in, and by design, you have now said that the low-income housing is going to be in this area because I put money there, and the high, above moderate, we're going to put it here and protect developer interests. I met with HCD, and most of you supervisors received a copy of what HCD said about you have forgiven developer sites, and you now still owe those sites. So to say that the state made me do it, you had an obligation, you didn't meet the obligation, and now it's the day of reckoning. The residents of Placer County and rural unincorporated should not have to pay for that. I would recommend that you do an audit of all the infrastructure spending, look at the segregation of the sites, and then come back with something. I also would say, hey, what is HCD's part in this? We gave them the list of all the sites that you have said are forgiven. There are almost a couple thousand between workforce housing and a lot of these developments. So you created this problem, and I would suggest that residents write letters to the state attorney general and mention the segregation that's being propagated in Placer County. It's really not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, group 4. Hello.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes, Board. I did not expect to speak today, but I was told that my comments that are centered on the process did not make it to the board. So I was asked to read my comments. I've got 4 short paragraphs. Based on the comments I've received from local residents that have done summary evaluations of the information currently available, it appears that significantly more public and institutional comment will be required as more information is available. The expectation that unintended consequences of the project plan as they currently exist will be brought to light from the information currently available is not reasonable, in my opinion. As the process continues to evolve, evaluations from leadership of all affected parts of our infrastructure, police, fire, schools, small and larger businesses, transportation, and nonprofits, should be required to help ensure that all reasonable considerations have been evaluated and mitigated where conflicts with our master plans and current regulations exist. Costs associated with low-cost housing in medium to high-cost communities will always be a major hurdle. Square peg, round hole. Costs of the final products should be within reach of the residents as they are planned for, without governmental assistance and more taxes on the parts of the community that pay those taxes. California is taxing its residents well beyond reasonable levels already. Appropriate rezoning plans should meet these requirements. And finally, site-specific plans and their associated impacts should also be evaluated early in the process. Expecting a result or goal that is in significant conflict with the requirements and costs involved will doom any project plan. Thank you for your time.
Craig, I need your
Yes, sir.
name.
Oh, Craig, sorry about that. Craig Hollyfield, Newcastle.
All right, thank you, Craig.
Thanks.
Hello.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Tim McGuire, and a couple of things. First of all, forgive my appearance. I was working, so I took the day off. You guys got quite a tough job.
Thank you.
But this is a tough. You knew that taking the job. We need tough people working for us. You are our public servants, and we appreciate that. We really do. Several things have been said. I'm not going to get to specific areas because I don't want to pit one area against another and say, not in my backyard. But I will just say, if you don't have it in western Placer, where the concentration already is, and you move it to the urban areas like Auburn, you're inviting school problems, traffic problems, crime problems, drug problems, and putting it on top of the problems we already have. One thing that I heard that kind of woke me up was, you guys have done a lot of work over there. I can tell that you did a lot of work, but at the same time, as our trusted servants, you don't ever say, that's enough, that's as much as we can do. There's more you can do. I've been a part of union negotiations, and I know that there's always more you can do. And don't feel like just because the state is all powerful and they're coming down on you or us as a community, that there's nothing more you can do. There's other ideas as far as accessory dwelling units. Who pays for those? The homeowner? Well, who pays for all these projects in our community? Our tax dollars. There's a lot of possibilities there. What if some of that money, that tax money that's going in to take all these beautiful, when I walked in, I saw that beautiful scenery, the rolling hills of Auburn. That's what you're going to build on? No, that's not what you're going to build on. You really have to look at other avenues of how you're going to fund these. What if the part of the funding came and helped people build accessory dwelling units? I mean, Placer County is a big county. There's a lot of possibilities with accessory dwelling units in this county that you could solve a lot of this with. I think being forced by gunpoint to do this all in a couple months without really exploring all these avenues, and like you've heard, so many people don't know what's going on. They really don't. And it's sad that that's the case, but there's going to be a lot of surprised, unhappy, shocked people when this all comes down on us. So, Cindy, I heard a lot of good things. You brought up a lot of good points, and I think that it reflects in all of us. And Ms. Landon, same with you. And I just really hope that we look at this as a community that wants to work and do and help others, but also we need somebody that's willing to fight for us, because you guys took the job and we need you to fight for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Name is Carrie Fennig, and I'm a resident of Penryn. And I'd like to say, without going into details, that many of the comments that are being made here that I agree with, as far as looking at job locations and housing locations, looking at places where infrastructure exists instead of putting some of the stuff in the rural areas. Penryn population potentially going from around 1,000 to about 3,000. There's all kinds of comments being made that I agree with. And it's not just that these people are saying, the not in my backyard thing. If you look at the reasonings that they're giving, there's some very valid things and very important things that don't seem to necessarily be considered. And that said, there's actually 4 specific questions that I've got, so I'll address them here, and I'm hoping at the end of this that it can get addressed. One of them is that comments were made about the EIR, that when she brought up the slide that says, here's everything that's going to be included, it didn't consider the services, the police, and the emergency. There was verbal comment that, that stuff is going to be included in the EIR, but can we get that confirmed? Is it really going to be included in the EIR, or is it going to be forgotten about? And then the other thing that I want to understand on the EIR, if it will be site-specific EIRs as far as like the investigations that get done, instead of having some blanket that is going to go over and try to say everything's the same. The other question that I would like answered is, it's been coming up a few times now about why hasn't why have not county-owned properties been considered instead of the locations of the properties that have been addressed? Why hasn't that been done? And will it be done? I'd like a confirmation on, there were a lot of comments that were sent in to Cali, and I'm being told by people that have looked online that they aren't necessarily in the packets that you received. Can Cali confirm that all of the comments received have actually gone to you guys? And the last question that I have that I would like an answer to is, apparently there is a plan to put signs on the properties that are being identified for this program. But those signs on the properties, the plan is that they'll go up after today. Why weren't those put on properties leading up to today in order to inform the community instead of kind of hiding it from the community? Those are the 4 questions that I would like answers to. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Pete Davison. I live on the corner of Florence Court and Florence Lane. A couple of my neighbors who I haven't met came by and described that situation. I think of the old adage, a square peg at a round hole, and that would be this picture right here at the corner of 49 and Florence Lane. What currently exists, I guess it's 13 acres. I've learned a lot today. I really have by coming and listening, and I kind of crammed a little bit because I'm late to the party. But I just have some passion here for this because we moved from Bonnie's district up to Cindy's district about 2.5 years ago because we wanted to get away from some congestion. We lived at a senior mobile home park on Washington, and my wife wanted goats and chickens, and it wasn't going to happen down in Roseville. It just wasn't. So we got 5.9 acres on Florence Lane, and immediately we wanted to split it. Well, we couldn't split it because you can't split 5.9, you have to have 9 acres, okay? But apparently you can do other things if there's motivation. And it sounds like we're getting motivation from our friends in Sacramento, once again, to pick on regions and counties and areas like Huntington Beach that don't quite cooperate with the plurality of the vote that they like. So here we go. Florence Lane, Florence Court, you would have to do a tremendous amount of work. That 13 acres is rife with trees. There's not 100, there's a few hundred oak trees that would have to be cleared out of there. And if I was an owner and a state was coming by with a check to get rid of me, I would say, hallelujah, yeah, I'll sell. What's the price? Yeah. And, oh, can I get a little bit more? Maybe they can. But this doesn't belong here. This just does not belong here. People need a place to live. Yes, some of our friends in Roseville might be a little bit more understanding that they need to share some of this burden. I see that one of those areas there, Bell Road, would be much more serviceable for folks living in that community to come down and get services here in Auburn. But quite frankly, I see a lot of problems with this. So thank you very much. And
thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I think you stood tall for that.
Good afternoon.
Hello. My name's Ken Yo. I live at 755 Blitz Lane. And that's my concern is the property that's slated for Blitz Lane. Blitz Lane is bordered by the Wise Canal on one side, Edgewood Road on one side, and a development on the other side. So the west side's the development, east side's the canal, north side is Edgewood Road. So it's a pretty small area. There's 12 or 13 houses, 1 acre parcels. And the one parcel that is larger is the one that's set up for this project. Not sure how many acres it is. If it was 10 acres, that would conceivably be 300 units as opposed to the 11 or 12 units that are there now. Access to that property is very small. Where it meets, where Blitz Lane meets Edgewood Road, there's only room for 1 lane. Blitz Lane is a private road, and it's a 1-lane road, and there's not any way easily, I guess, to make access to Edgewood Road. You'd either have to do something with the Wise Canal, which is pretty big, or you'd have to condemn the single family houses on the other side. So access is not very good. Of course, nobody wants low-income housing next door, and that is a concern of all the properties on Blitz Lane. I'm sure there's nobody there that would want low-income housing next door, especially large projects like that. One question I have for the board is maybe I could get a show of hands of who has one of these projects in their backyard. Does anybody have that going on? Bummer.
Oh, I do. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Also, county property, there seems to be a lot of county property around that could be used for these projects. And it seems like they're shying away from using county property for this. I don't know why. I would like to know why, as I'm sure everybody else here would like to know why. You could build quite a few units right out here in the empty space by this county building. So I think you guys should try that. That's going to make a lot less pissed off residents. So thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Hello.
Hi, Michael Garabedian, Placer County tomorrow, and thank you for this opportunity. You know, after 20 years of working on land use planning issues here, I have some quick points to go through that I might be able to cover. Like, first of all, and I'm not looking for an answer today, is Placer County trying to do something about the law and get it changed? Point two, you haven't handed, it might be good to hand out a copy of the law so people can see what you're talking about. I know you have the number in the records. I hope it's been clear enough here that you aren't being forced to do it the way you're doing it. You aren't being told how to do it. You are making this decision about how to do it. It should be absolutely clear. Can't blame someone, blame that on anyone. But the key thing is, now looking at the photos, it looks to me like half of the properties are either in wildland urban interface now or might create it. Now, as a person with a Bachelor of Science in Forestry Conservation, I know you can't tell WUI by looking at photos on that are in the record on this. And I haven't looked at the WUI maps, but this is a really critical issue. Are you continuing to make, Placer County is already the highest concentration of WUI of any county in the state. Now, a legal issue I want to put out there, just put it on the record, is spot zoning. You know, is this a situation where any of these individuals are going to create spot zoning, or this effort, or whole parts of this effort? I think my main point is just to point out something. If you took the top 6 projects in terms of the number of housing that can go with those projects, if you took the top 6, you'd reach your 2,700 right there. Now, I'm not saying you should do that, but that suggests a whole other ways of doing this. You know, that would have maybe half a dozen impacts instead of 30 or 40 around the county, or 20 or 30. So you should be looking at options, considering options that have that kind of issue. And here is the same old saw. You're giving incentives to landowners to develop. That was the whole point of the Placer County Conservation Plan for 15 years, trying to find the landowners who wanted to develop, and then the PCCP is now hoping to develop at the expense of agriculture in our rural communities. And I have a final question about what the role of the Placer County Housing Trust is in any of this, or in low and moderate income housing development in the county. I'm not sure I'm giving it exactly the right name, but it would be good to know if they're going to be involved in this. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you once again.
Thank you, Michael. Huh? Okay, Group 5, is there anyone from Group 5 here?
Hello again, I'm Janice Pettit from 710 Blitz Lane. As you see, there's a big representation from our little street, but I think that's because it's a big impact with so many projects right in that area of Luther Lane, Edgewood Road, Blitz Lane, and I would just put a number to it for you. I already wait 2 minutes at the stoplight at Edgewood Road and 49 to get out onto, if I have to turn left onto 49, so it's a 2-minute stoplight right now as it is. So imagine if you have to wait through a couple lights to get through because of all the traffic, how long it's going to take. And adding in all the cars from Luther Road on those projects getting in there. coming from north on 49 to get onto Edgewood Road, it gets backed up 2 or 3 lights sometimes, and I take a side street, Live Oak, to get home so that I don't have to wait so long to get home. So that's how it is already. And I don't know if part of this plan already has a plan in place for what is going to happen with Highway 49, because clearly it's already impacted, forget all this stuff that we're talking about today. So if there isn't a Highway 49 plan, which means Freeway 49 or something, you know, this is major impact. Somebody brought up Postal Service. Our Postal Service is highly impacted right now. We don't seem to have enough employees, and they had supervisors and other post offices helping our post office this last weekend. So that's another piece of the puzzle. Somebody mentioned sidewalks. I moved here to be away from sidewalks and to put that many in, and people start saying, put in sidewalks, put in street lights and all that, and that's not the feel of this rural community. One question I had is, you already have a building plan, and I would love to see what the building plan is that already fulfills as much as is planned. So where is all of that happening? Where is that going to impact on top of this? So that would be really good to see in the report. Also, the RM30, low income versus not. Kelly keeps saying that it's not required to be low income at the RM30. And so I don't quite understand how that works. I'd love for it not to be in certain areas, but then it's not fulfilling the requirement of the county to have their number of low income. So what happens with that? It's a little totally confusing on that. I'm wondering, where would the money come from for the mitigation of all of these things that we have to do in specifically North Auburn, but all the other places too? Who's paying for the additional schools, fire, et cetera, et cetera? Is it the taxpayers? And I just want to add the percentage that really we need to, if we got to follow through with this, go with the lowest percentage over, not this 54%, because once it's done, you just can't undo it, and you've got a big mess. Thank you. And thank you for your hard work. I appreciate it all.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi there, Gary Dahlbeck, Granite Bay. So I'm opposed to all this going on, but the only good news I got today was that it looks like all the options the county is presenting are 20 units per acre, not the 30. So I guess that's the one good thing. I do think the county should look into county-owned, or the board should look into county-owned property. I do agree with that. Real quick on the Penryn Road area, I don't know if any of you have ever gone and tried to get on the freeway there. They're extremely short on-ramps, and there are probably going to be more accidents if they do all this, unless Caltrans extends those. So if I could have these distributed real quick. Again, I wasn't sure if you received all these in your packets, so I made a copy of each one. This one actually just pertains to me mostly. If you look on the page 2, near the top on the right, it kind of highlights those properties. Parcel 20, or property number 20, is the one I'm concerned about. It abuts a bunch of different residential properties, one of them being mine. And there are plenty of other properties that don't abut actual other residences that are already there. So I'm concerned about not only obviously lack of privacy, but the decrease in value. If you look between parcel, or the property number 20 and 28, there is a road there. It's a natural, I guess, buffer, if you want to call it that, between the two. So I'm going to still get stuck looking at 19, 27, and 28, and I'm kind of resigned to that fact. But if you could get 20 out of there, because it does go right up to all the other properties, and they're going to be looking right into all of our backyards, especially if it's 2 or 3 stories. So I'd appreciate if you would consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. I'm Pam Pevlika from Auburn, and I'm late to the game, but I might have missed this, but I'm concerned about the impact with E.V. Kane and Placer being our only middle school and high school. Have you ever dropped off kids at EV Kane or picked them up? You know what a mess it is going through the shopping centers and off of 49. And Placer is impacted too. So maybe you have addressed that with the schools and I missed it, but maybe you can speak about it.
Thank you.
Hi, Ann Hendrickson, Penryn. I'm talking about the properties near the Valencia Club. I agree with what Muriel, Patty, and the other concerned citizens have said. What I'd like to know is why would somebody want to put these projects near a bar, a convenience store, and an expensive sandwich shop with no other necessities around the area? So I imagine that the traffic will be very heavy with all the cars. With teenagers, they have their cars, and the adults have a couple cars. It's hard enough for us to get out on Sicily Road when the freeway gets backed up. People don't let us out, so I imagine traffic's going to be bad. We'll probably get a stoplight at that intersection where the flashing light is, and maybe some sidewalks. And like others have said, that's not why we moved out to the country for. There's a property adjacent to these properties that are proposed going for $1 million something. It's been on the market for like 3 months. I'm sure that they can't sell it because of the proposal. So anyway, our property values will go down as well. Since I'm agreeing with everybody else, that's all I have to say. I don't want to take your time. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone online that wishes to address us?
There is, Chairman. Diane, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Greetings. This is Diane Weaselesi. I am the current chair of the Christian Valley Park Community Services District Board of Directors. And I object from my personal level of being a resident here for 58 years, but also to all the rezonings in the structure that they are in the strong arming by the corporate state of California. My main comment here that I agree with everybody else, but is from Christian Valley's point of view. The planners never contacted our district when they put our district name on Site 58 for Florence Road as a possible potable water source. Well, everybody's talking about roads and fire and so on and so forth. California has its challenges with potable water. It would cost our district, who all of these parcels in our district have already been vested in the infrastructure. Now, I know with the passage of SB 9 and 10 years ago by Senator Wiener, it has no provisions legislatively for infrastructure. So that puts a burden back on all the taxpayers, and in particularly in a small special district such as Christian Valley, to absorb all of the extra cost. We have a very aged transmission line infrastructure, and just in negotiations with Placer County Water Agency to look at possible consolidation, it would require our 630 customers right now. Our district would have to basically buy into their infrastructure for about $20,000 per connection. Now, the developers in SB 9 and 10, there's no provision to force them to do that, yet they're going to collect rent from these units. I say, even though the state is saying, we're going to fine you or we're going to withhold your grants, guess who's going to get it in the end anyway? The taxpayer. We're all going to pay, whether you approve it or don't approve it, we're going to pay through the note. Now, I object to the fact that the special districts are not being informed well in advance, especially when we're talking about potable water in this particular instance. So I think in terms of notification, That's very poorly done and not widely understood. I did not know about this meeting until last night, and it was found out on Nextdoor. So planning has not reached out in this particular instance. I don't know how many other special districts that have not been reached out to that are in your report. And it just says Christian Valley Water needs to be annexed. Well, I think going forward, we need to have some more discussions about that. But I agree with everything Cindy Gusserson said. I think she brought up some really wonderful points. And I just have to say that if it was a bigger outreach and people understood that they could petition like Howard Jarvis does to make a change, they could change the direction that the state of California is pushing this globalist agenda to do 15-minute cities and stack and pack them. Nobody moved up to North Auburn. My folks certainly didn't. And I've been here for, now my son is going to be another generation, to be in another city with sidewalks and lights. That's not what North Auburn is. And it's certainly disproportionate in terms of the way the planning has set it up. So going forward, all special districts and the communities need to be much more better informed about these things way in advance. Now you're up against the gun. So I'm saying, ask the state of California to annex out some of their land and Placer County for some of these projects and force an infrastructure grant program. Why should it be put on the entire burden of just a small community? So with that, I yield, and I appreciate all of your time today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
Yes, Chairman.
Can you hear me okay?
Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Aaron. I live in Penryn. Thanks for listening to all the comments today. Appreciate it. It's obvious to me, I think everyone else in this room listening to everyone else speaking, that the current process that has produced the candidate site list is not working in the best interest of the county or its constituents. The housing element was clearly put off by the county, and now it's being rushed out of fear of Sacramento. I've heard dozens of very real issues with selected parcels today. So we can take one test of the current process and see if it's okay, good, or broken and rushed. And just looking at the sites in Penryn, all the issues that people have highlighted today, being along secret ravine, a salmon habitat, no site-specific EIR before rezone, et cetera, it shows the site recommendations to the board today are rushed, they don't make sense, and therefore the entire process that produced them is entirely broken. There's no need to put low-income housing areas in Penryn, and you have fire districts and schools sending letters of concern that we're apparently just going to ignore. You have large, flat, open areas in Lincoln where communities don't exist yet, growth is massive, jobs are available, and transportation is easy. But instead, we're just going to cram high-density housing projects into Penryn. This is a broken site selection process. So I'd ask the Board of Supervisors to put the brakes on this and make sure it's done right. A countywide rezone is probably going to be the most important decision that this board makes and will reshape the county for the next 100 years. It's obvious to me this has been a rush process with no proper assessment done out of fear of Sacramento. To make matters worse, we're going to cast the net wide and create a large buffer by rezoning more than we even have to. This is insanity to me. It's totally feasible to rezone sites in the future, taking the time to make good considerations and do it right, especially when you can't predict the future and you can't downzone properties. If this is a hard deadline from the state that we procrastinated on, then put more people on this, put your best people on this, involve the community, crowdsource the solution, look at all the options, and do it right. You got one shot at this. The Board of Supervisors should reject all of these proposals today and get involved to unbreak whatever process produced this and refuse to make rushed decisions out of fear of Sacramento. Thank you for your time. Please slow down and do this right.
Thank you. Joseph, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Wheeler. I live in basically no man's land between Newcastle and Penryn, but it's closer to Penryn. My two children go to Penryn Elementary School. And, you know, I'm not concerned about the low income aspect of this. There's low income people everywhere, including in Penryn. a lot of older people living on fixed incomes. So this is not about low income at all. It's about just density. As you've heard from several of the other commenters before, the population of Penryn is maybe 1,000. And according to option 1, which is the recommended option, we're going to add 568 units in Penryn alone, assuming a 2-bedroom unit. According to the Department of Fair Employment and Housing, that's 5 occupants per unit. That's another 2,840 Penryn residents on top of the 1,000. So we're basically quadrupling the population of Penryn, and we're adding 3 times the existing population, and we're injecting all of those individuals into Penryn, and those individuals would be low-income residents. So it's going to completely change the entire face of Penryn, and it's going to have a disproportionate impact on the school system. Penryn Elementary is very small, only like 250 kids, 1 class per grade, already nearing 30 students per class. There's simply no way that the existing school district can accommodate the influx of kids. We don't have our own police department here, so all of the new issues that are going to result from the influx of thousands of more people are going to have to be borne by the several sheriff's deputies that occasionally traverse the area. And so I would hope that the board would consider not necessarily option 1, option 2, or option 3, but maybe mix and match to find an appropriate option that takes into consideration the concerns that you've heard today. For example, option 1, 20% of the new units in option 1 are located in Penryn. But again, Penryn, 1,000 people versus, say, just for comparison, Granite Bay, I think there's 23,000. So I think it's disproportionately impacting Penryn if we proceed with option 1 as is currently written. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Marilyn, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Marilyn Jasper, Public Interest Coalition. One option that the county should consider is to place an immediate, urgent moratorium on all current, non-compliant, in-progress housing developments, plus any non-compliant housing plans that are under submission, and to not accept any new housing development submissions until the state's affordable and low-income housing percentage requirements and shortfalls are fully met and resolved. Because of past approvals at many levels of Placer County, elected decision makers, you folks and others, must take full responsibility for either ignoring housing mandates, especially with approvals of non-complying developments, or deliberate, I'll use the term, quote unquote, forgiveness of these well-known housing legal requirements. As we heard earlier, this includes a de facto penalty for years of highly irregular housing mandate forgiveness and now shortfalls. State laws to force compliance may have the state stepping in to take over and make costly housing decisions to ensure compliance. It's both audacious and disingenuous to make the state a scapegoat when this county and developers knew of this mandate years ago, but deliberately chose to not comply. It's also unacceptable and bizarre that the county is now desperately attempting to approve these, in our opinion, short-sighted Band-Aid approaches via this incompatible rezoning amendments and pass rather severe quality of life impacts onto innocent rural neighboring residents who legally follow rural zoning ordinances. And Couple of last things. Simply because a landowner volunteers for an incompatible rezone cannot and should never justify that rezone. That's why we have hearings. The proposed remedies are the antithesis of code compliance and of responsible zoning or governance. We urge this board, urge you to call for an immediate moratorium, as mentioned before, if they are not, especially if they are not in compliance, and work in those areas, those same areas, to meet required density housing mandates and resolve the shortfalls. Thank you for listening and for holding this workshop.
Thanks, Marilyn.
Sandy, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Sandy from Placer County. Hello, everyone. First, I just want to say thank you for holding this meeting. Thank you to the board members that are here today and are speaking up and asking these really good questions, which I think are delayed, however, unfortunately. I want to applaud the community for coming in and expressing their concerns. I've heard really great comments, concerned comments, applicable comments, things like people working hard all their lives to, buy property where they choose to buy it under certain expectations, and rightfully so. Also, the comment someone else made was, what is the board doing to fight against this bill? It's unconstitutional. It's imposing on our freedoms and our ability to have property and protect it, and a pursuit of happiness. Someone else mentioned the globalist plan, the 15-minute cities. If people don't know about that, I would really encourage you guys to look that up, and it's all accessible on the internet. There's, anyways, yeah, please educate yourself on that. Also, we entrust our care to you, your elected officials. So we are looking to you to help lead us and defend our concerns. Someone else mentioned to unbreak the process and not be fearful of Sacramento. All of this seems to be upside down. The state should not be deciding for us. It's the counties that need to be deciding for the people that they represent and funneling that information of our needs to the state. This is all upside down. I agree. We should not be coerced. We should not accept any funds from them anymore. That just puts us in dependence of them. There's got to be a way to look into fighting against that. I mean, do we have some kind of legislative monitoring committee in the county that looks at these bills while they're being proposed in the state before they funnel their way down to strong arm us here in the counties? It's upside down. We need to get involved. We need to understand that we need to defend our rights. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope you take that to heart.
Thank you, Sandy.
Ron, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, good afternoon. Ron Voley, Penryn, California. Longtime resident. I go back to the days of when the Horseshoe Bar Penryn plan was created, and it was certainly not created for a 4-story apartment complex, as our planners are saying. I have a lot of disagreement with the planners. Every day I drive by a 2.5-acre site that is devoid of any trees. It's just a dirt parking lot. It's been that way for 2+ years. And the planners tell me, oh yeah, we're in process of getting this approved, and the developer's going to go at some point. So I have sort of a low confidence level in that area. I'm a commercial real estate broker, and I've tried to acquire the site next to the 76 station, the one that's currently planned for 240, a 4-story median income housing. I really don't care, medium, low income, but whatever kind of, it's not an appropriate site for an apartment. Most people don't know that the infrastructure there is woefully poor. And most people don't know that the quarter-mile stretch of Penryn Road between Highway 80 and Taylor has had 3 vehicle fatalities, and at least 1 horse and 1 other animal fatality at night, because it has no sidewalks, there are no curbs or gutters, no street lighting, and it's a high-speed rural road. And if you're going to put 500 people with kids right next to the 76 gas station and Penryn Road, where are they going to go? Where are they going to ride their bikes to? Where's the grocery store? Where's the doctor's office? Where are jobs? Where's the parks? None of it's there. So I think that development is highly, highly inappropriate. I've tried to acquire that property for 3 years to put a commercial development there, something I think is badly needed at that intersection of Highway 80 and Penryn Road, next to 2 gas stations and a pretty poorly planned retail center. I've always been rebuffed because of this low-income housing project. I've met with the developer to try and split the property to downsize his project and put in a solar charging station and other retail uses. Been rebuffed by that. So if you hear frustration, yes, I'm frustrated. I also don't agree that Penryn should be overwhelmed by more affordable housing residents than the current residents that have lived here for, well, I don't know, 36 years like me. And my last point is I think equity. It's just not equitable that that you supervisors who've been sitting in these seats, not everybody, but I've been in front of many of you many times, and you obviously have given approval for massive development in West Placer County. And yet somehow last minute, you're telling us we have to shoulder this burden because of poor oversight. That's really not equity. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ron.
Suzanne, please unmute your mic and give your comments. Suzanne, we're not fully able to hear you.
Can you hear me?
You're cutting in and out. You're getting a little bit better.
Okay, I'll try one more thing. Is this any better?
Yes.
Okay. I have questions that I would like to have answered today. How can you guys allow all the developers to come in and not put in the required high-density housing? How can you do that? Why don't you just let them build the low-income housing in their developments? That's my first question. Was that audible?
Yes.
Okay. Number 2, how can you even consider putting high-density, low-income family housing in back of our iconic Valencia Club, where children will be exposed to the wonderful partying and the cultural history of motorcycle Harley Davidsons and their weekend jaunts? Would you really want your teenage daughter to be exposed to that? Was that audible?
Yes.
Thank you. Number 3, because you're willing to let the developers build their high dollar homes, but not include high-density, low-income housing in those developments, you essentially are expecting Penryn to turn into a slum. How can you let that happen? How can you justify doing that and procrastinating on meeting these goals that the state mandated years ago? How can you, in good conscience, do that when you were elected to represent us? That's my comment, my questions. I would like them answered, because what I'm finding with most of this Board of Supervisors is that what your constituents are concerned about, you don't address. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Tish,
Hello.
go ahead and give your comments, please.
Okay, I live in Penryn, California, on Penryn Road, and I'm close to the Valencia Club site. I'm actually close to the 3 sites in Penryn. I am disabled and I walk everywhere. It is very difficult to walk near the Valencia Club on English Colony. There are no sidewalks. I walk in the dirt, I look back and forth, and I make sure I'm not being hit. So if you're gonna put in more apartment buildings there or think of putting them in there, that would be really a horrible idea. The people that live next door, I know one lady is gotta be in her 80s. There is no place on that corner for people. The other disclosed location on Penryn Road that the man talked about wanting to buy commercially has been stripped of oak trees. It's been sprayed green. It's all waiting to be done. But I was never contacted. I haven't had a piece of mail. I have found out about this online and from the people who care about Penryn. So I'm paying attention. That's why I know about it. But what isn't happening is we are not all getting, informed in our mail in due time, in a timely fashion, to be able to attend, to give our comments, and to help decide what is going to happen in our community. I agree with the person who spoke about Lincoln. I do think it's getting overcrowded, but gosh, it's flat. There's nothing out there. The animals need a habitat, however. So I don't know why we're all getting, this shlamma-damma-ding-dong in Penryn. Let's keep it to 1,000 people or less. And please stop thinking about building, it doesn't matter if it's low income apartments. We don't want apartments here. This is rural. Take it down to Roseville or somewhere else. And I'm sorry, Roseville people, but it should be somewhere where they can get on a bus line. And the bus lines, I'm sorry, as someone who walks, the bus lines stink. You can't get anywhere. You have to wait hours. If you miss a bus, you got to wait another hour and a half. Thank you for your time. I hope I gave a good description of what it's like to live here and walk, because you can't barely do it. So don't add tons more cars. We are going to get hurt. Thank you for hearing me. And I don't like that you guys are saying you're out of time now as far as making decisions about where we live, because none of us knew about this. Thank you very much.
Larissa, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, Larissa Berry, Defend Granite Bay. I just have a few points to make that while staff has done as they were directed, some very practical issues have been ignored in selecting these parcels. There are errors in the housing element data, which Mr. Pahuli is dealing with, but they have not yet been resolved. These errors in the income tables shifted the number of households in the low, very low, and extremely low income levels up, and the number of above moderate households down. These changes impact the future needs from 2021 to 2029, as well as the reported progress to date. 2, the community has requested a list of county-owned properties for consideration. The list will not be made available until after your recommendation today. 3, costs of the land may make affordable housing infeasible. If so, then identifying cost-prohibitive sites is deceitful and opens rural communities to high-density, high-end development, which does not address the current housing need. 4, for Granite Bay, affordable would be approximately $4,000 per month. This would not be affordable for more than 50% of the households in the county. Auburn and Penryn median incomes are already at or below the low-income level. Adding lower-income households would only add to the disparity. 5, HUD requirements and housing legislation guarantees input from communities and recognizes community plans. These residents and their community plans are saying that the number of units being introduced is overwhelming for their public services, are disproportionate, and need to be reduced to equitable levels. The alternatives in the specific plan are more able to handle multifamily housing. Perhaps new approaches to commercial districts with housings 2 to 3 floors above it should be considered. We ask that you continue your decision until the housing element data is corrected, county-owned properties are identified, and more engagement with underserved households is completed and recognized. We really wish you would take a pause, as most everyone has said, because this is being rushed, piecemealed, and ad hoc planning is never productive. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further comments, Chairman.
Alrighty. Public comment time is over. I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for discussion. Excuse me. You've got quite a list of questions. Are you prepared to answer any of those now, or do you need to take a break while you prepare those, while we take a break?
I think it's at the board, at the chair's discretion. I'm prepared to begin responding to questions. If you'd like to take a break, we can.
What's the desire of the board? Do you want to take a break while? Huh? Pardon?
Yeah. Sorry. A short break. We've had people waiting a long time, so.
All right.
10
minutes?
Yeah,
Okay.
10-minute
All right.
break, and then we'll come back. Yeah.
Thank you for your indulgence, everyone. We are back, and now we're going to look to our staff to answer any of those questions that were brought forward.
Thank you, Chairman Holmes. First, wanted to start with just thanking everyone for their participation today, the comments that we received today, and also the comments that we received via email. So great participation, great comments today. Wanted to start with some of the questions that were brought up about transparency and information that was received but then not yet provided. And so one, wanted to acknowledge that the presentation that was provided today, as well as some of the additional materials that were referenced during the questions, will be uploaded to our website. We do have a page specific to this housing rezone program, and so that information will be available, will be made available for your use. As it relates to the comments that were received prior to this hearing, I'll admit that there was some confusion. We do have a notice of preparation comment period going on. There were comments that were received related to the NOP, as well as comments that were coming in related to this hearing. So I do want to acknowledge that and ask the clerk of the board to provide some additional comment as it relates to the public comment.
So we, as Mr. Pulley said, there was an NOP out. People were commenting to that. At the point that we realized that some of those comments were actually intended to be part of the administrative record for this hearing, planning did provide them over and we did get them out. There are two separate paths here, one being comments for the administrative record and one being comments for the NOP. We will make sure that going forward, we do a better job in noticing the separate emails that will need to be used for these types of projects.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to some of the questions that were received during the public testimony. One, first, just wanted to acknowledge there was a lot of discussion about affordable housing and density. The request or the rezone effort is related to rezoning to allow for density that could be for planned affordable housing. We will not be requiring any deed restrictions on any of the properties that are rezoned to ensure that they are affordable housing. The exercise is to maintain an inventory of higher density multifamily sites that could be developed as affordable housing. But again, using the terminology interchangeably perhaps might be a little bit confusing. And so the intent here is that it is a rezone to multifamily housing. That leads into the buffer discussion. So there were quite a bit of questions and comments about the need for a buffer. Just to reiterate, staff believes that a large buffer is appropriate, is necessary, given the number of reasons that staff outlined in the presentation, including that sites may develop as something other than affordable housing. Properties may be removed from the list when we get to the point of making a final decision. In addition, there were a couple of questions that came up during the presentation, or I'm sorry, during the public testimony, as well as during my presentation about the use of accessory dwelling units. And as I mentioned during the staff presentation, the utilization of accessory dwelling units was employed as part of our housing element. Not exactly sure that we're going to be able to rely on that as a strategy moving forward. It may be a much lesser part of our strategy to provide for affordable units. And so, again, all of those reasons relate to why staff is recommending a larger buffer as part of this effort. There were comments made about the units being shifted to the cities. Just to remind everyone that the units are the obligation of the county in the unincorporated area. The cities do have their own requirements that need to be met as part of their RENA obligations. There were
Chris,
also.
I'm sorry, could you just clarify too, that we don't have the ability as a county to work with the cities to put our RENA numbers in the cities?
That is absolutely
right. I just want to
correct.
clarify, because it sounds like a great idea, and there would be great opportunity to do that, but the state doesn't allow unincorporated areas to move our affordable housing requirements into incorporated cities.
That is absolutely right. Yep. There were quite a bit of comments related to county-owned properties, and as part of our housing element, I mentioned as it related to the units in District 5, there is a fairly significant number of units that are proposed here at the Government Center. With the development of the Mercy housing development, there remains over 400 units that are proposed for development here at the Government Center. So there's certainly certainly units that are included in the existing inventory that are publicly owned. In addition to that, there are a number of sites that are in the Tahoe area that are public-private partnership projects, including Dollar Creek and other projects that are owned by the county that are included on the existing inventory. As far as additional sites, there were sites that were evaluated as part of that housing plan that I mentioned in 2018. Those sites were not carried forward for inclusion in the housing element for a multitude of reasons. Either they were too small to meet the requirements, they didn't have access to utilities, they just weren't appropriate for development of multifamily housing. I know that there are questions about, there were questions that were brought forward about county staff providing county-owned property through a request. We are working on responding to that. Obviously, the county owns thousands of properties. A lot of them are rights of way and other slivers of property. So we work to try to clarify the request, and we will be providing that information. Let's see, there was a question about the role of Housing Trust Placer that was brought up. They're a property owner. They are a developer that that is intending to bring forward projects, but they don't have another role other than that. There was a question about a couple of sites. There were multiple sites that were referenced that are not part of staff's recommendation as part of option 1. So many of the sites that were brought up are not part of, they're part of the 74, but not part of the smaller list that staff is recommending. There was a question that was brought up about the Bayside Church property and that property being included in the list. I did want to point out, because I know that people have been tracking recent legislation. There was a recent bill, SB 4, that was signed into law that actually allows for churches to develop out their properties. So even if not for a rezone of the property, it's likely that they would be able to develop their site as for multifamily affordable housing. And then with that, oh, I'm sorry, there was one other question that I noted about the airport land use compatibility plan consideration. That was certainly part of our evaluation of the 74 sites, whether or not a proposed development would be consistent with those regulations, and staff believes that they would be. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Callie to make, there were a number of questions that came up related to the preparation of the programmatic EIR, and I'm going to hand it over to Callie to respond to those questions.
Thank you, Chris. So I want to provide a response in relation to the comments about public services and the California Environmental Quality Act. The initial study in NOP does discuss public services. If you look at the NOP on page 59, that is where the section is discussed. But before I get into this answer further, I want to note that CEQA looks at the physical impacts that are generated from a project, and school capacity as it relates to CEQA would only be analyzed if, for example, there needed to be an expansion of that facility, which would require review under the California Environmental Quality Act. In addition, in the notice of preparation itself, it does talk about school services, and I just want to read straight from it because I think it's just very clear. According to Senate Bill 50, which is a California state law, payment of the necessary school impact fees for the project would be considered full and satisfactory CEQA mitigation. Proposition 1A/SB 50 prohibits local agencies from using the inadequacy of school facilities as a basis for denying or conditioning approvals of any legislative or objective act involving the planning, use, or development of real property. The other thing I want to note is that this section of the notice of preparation does discuss services, and other services were looked at and deemed to be, the impacts were deemed to be less than significant. However, fire services are going to be looked separately in the EIR. I also want to note that under the ranking criteria, we also noted what the SRA designation is, and those sites that were within a high or very high SRA were scored low on that particular parameter. I believe that was the majority of the CEQA questions. Happy to answer anything else. Thank you.
I think there was one line of public comment that we've missed, which was, and I had talked to Chris over the weekend, thank you for responding on a holiday weekend, related to forgiving the developers' past issues and how the law has changed and evolved since those plans were approved. Because I think that was very clarifying to me. I came in with the same impression, so.
Yeah. You're right. There were questions about the specific plans and the development obligations in the specific plans. Many of the specific plans were adopted prior to many changes in state law beginning in 2017. And so the more recent specific plans do have build obligations. I know there were questions about why aren't developments building. Placer Vineyards, Placer One do have build requirements. There is an inclusionary obligation. There is a development agreement that requires for those developments to be for affordable units to be developed as part of the development of the entire project. However, there are some specific plans, again, adopted prior to these changes and the change with our more recent housing element, where there have been fee options for them to comply. Those fees will be used to pay for or to subsidize affordable housing developments, however.
Can I follow up on that with one more point of clarification? So with those specific plans more recently, are we updating those requirements based on kind of what we're seeing coming down from the state? I think that's what the community wants to hear, is that, you know, if they have to build 10, but we're having to make up 20, you know, as we look at the formulas, we want them to build the 30 or whatever, you know, or the other 10. And I know this is a difficult thing because it isn't affordable to build those income level units.
Yeah, I would think our ability to do that outside of some reopener of the development agreement or the specific plan would be very challenging. Certainly we have...
Just moving forward, though.
Sure.
As we see where the state has gone, we're going to, I hope, be bringing back requirements so that we do see more of this built in that manner. I would think.
Yeah, and I think to the extent that we have larger projects that are coming in with new applications, I think the conversations with those applicants is one where we do need to ensure that they are complying with our affordable housing ordinance. So yes. Yep.
Thank you. Supervisor Landon.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to staff. You guys did a really good job, and I think are doing the best you can with what you have, and so I appreciate that. I do have a great deal of concern about Penryn. I know Sheridan is a completely different community with different demographics than Penryn. But Sheridan is a food desert. It's considered a food desert because there is no grocery store there. And it's a challenge for the residents that live there. Of course, again, it's a little different because the closest town is Lincoln, and that's a good 15-minute drive away. But that is a concern for me. If I think of multifamily and the demographics that may utilize multifamily, I think it's necessary to have access to those types of, I don't know if you call it an amenity, but a grocery store as an amenity. I think that is very concerning to me. And I think even though, the school question is still kind of gray to me, and what the state is saying about what we can require. I know that Penryn School is very already impacted, and I can't just kind of ignore that and pretend like that doesn't exist. Even I don't know what to do with it. I feel very, I'm not really sure what to do with it, but I will say I'm uncomfortable with option one just because of the amount of buffer. I totally get why staff would want to recommend it because it kind of hopefully prevents us having to have this conversation again in the future. But I would much rather see a smaller buffer closer to what option two is providing. I don't know if all of the pieces in option two are the perfect pieces, but I lean more towards option two just because I think a 50% buffer is it's just too big of a bite for me to take. I think, the speaking to past mistakes and things that have happened in the past and now look at what we're doing and we're stuck in this position, I feel like it's kind of a moot point. Regardless of whether there were mistakes made in the past or not, we are where we are now, and we have to, rip the Band-Aid off and make a decision and do the best we can with the information that we have. And I think just to get on a soapbox for a second, I think this really speaks to why our legislature is so important and the people who serve in our legislature are so important. And as I like to say, I think the biggest threat to Placer County is that we're in the state of California, and it's a constant battle and a constant fight to maintain local control. And so I don't feel like it's an option to me to say, let's just do nothing, because again, I don't want to be in the position of having our land use authority taken away. And I get the sentiment of not wanting to bow to the state. I resonate with that. But I also understand the reality of if we don't do this, we will be in a position that, in my opinion, is worse than where we are right now. And so if we can have some control and do a lessened version, I would be more in favor of that. And then I guess one other piece I would like to say, I think the question around, are we fighting this type of thing at the state? Do we have someone on our legislative team who is actively looking to, preempt these kinds of decisions? We do have a legislative team. We do have lobbyists that are working for us. And as I mentioned before, it's a constant battle and a constant fight. But I would be interested in knowing whether we have talked to other counties about getting amendments to this legislation, or I don't think the legislation is going to be overturned, but maybe there are things that we can be doing working in partnership with other counties, because I think if we just go on our own, they don't care. Honestly, I don't think they care. But if we join with, 5, 10, 15 other counties and we say, hey, this is too much. We can't handle this at the local level. It is changing our quality of life in a negative way and impacting our rural communities substantially. So those are, I think, all of my thoughts.
Good. Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Gore.
Thank you, Supervisor Landon. I appreciate your comments. A couple of things that came up, and I appreciate, Cindy, your comments. It seems like hours ago, and it was hours ago, about, a majority of the development is happening in West Placer County, and that's actually where a majority of the multifamily housing units are being built. But we are still being mandated by the state to zone for more properties. We can't build them. We must zone for them. And first of all, I want to say thank you to our team for actually trying to be creative, because we got to this place because they tried to do a zoning overlay and be creative and allow property owners to have the opportunity to keep their commercial or build high density. So that was a shot so that we wouldn't have to do this process a couple of years ago. And unfortunately, there was a lawsuit, so that option is not the option. So I first want to say thank you for trying to be creative, because we understand that this is not ideal. That being said, Cindy, you had shared about, right, all this, there's a lot more properties up in District 5, and it's really in these different communities that we're asking to rezone and shoulder some of the burden. And I can hear the concerns. I'd much rather us have development in infill areas where it's near a gas station or a grocery store or a highway, right, where it's accessible. I think that even accessible to I-80, a little bit more accessible to Highway 49. I mean, we want these spaces, and that was the whole purpose of Green Means Go, is having more development in infill areas where there are jobs and access to services, so you have less vehicle miles traveled. So as we're looking at these properties, I really want to see some of those. And I appreciate we had property owners say, hey, I want to do this. But then I look at some of these properties and I go, are you kidding? Like right next to a single family home on 5 acres. Like that's not ideal. And as I look at this list, I know that we ranked them and you all did a good job of ranking them, but I don't know which parts stand out more, right? Some are accessible to services, but they might be right next to a whole bunch of single family homes. So it's hard to know how these were rated, but I really think it's a whole lot better to have infill areas than right smack dab in the middle of a residential community. That being said, as I look at the properties down in South Placer in District 1, there were a couple of properties that were taken off. They're in the 74 or 71 list. They're not on the optional list. It's probably because the ones on, I'm trying to think of where they were. Definitely not Brady Lane. By the way, I have some right behind my home. Just so you all know, I realized when somebody asked me that question, I'm like, oh, yep, right behind my house. Some were proposed. That's not a great location, but they're off of Antelope and Cucriolo. There were 2 properties that Mr. Long was interested in, and those weren't included. And that's right across the way from Creekview Ranch. Creekview, I believe. And those are not on this list of 35. So that might be an option. And then there was another one off of Walerga and PFB commercial zone property. But I really want that to stay commercial because we need commercial. There's no commercial out there. So that brings me to, maybe the Long properties, because I really see that it makes more sense to have a little bit more rezoned in the south area or the west area than up north. But that brings me to another question for you, and that is, I know we had the overlays. There are some properties on Douglas Boulevard in Granite Bay that were that the property owner doesn't want them, right? It's commercial, and I understand that. Commercial property, they want the commercial property option for somebody to come in. But could we do some type of overlay and not count it towards RENA necessarily, but do an overlay in some of these properties that are clearly more optimal for higher development than in rural North Auburn? On Douglas Boulevard, next to a commercial center, is a whole lot better than off of Edgewood. And maybe there's a way, even though it wouldn't be counted for these numbers, but to have that overlay wouldn't be counted, but it would still give the option. And we could still pull that option if needed. Go ahead.
Just in response, yeah, absolutely. That is something that could be done. It could provide an incentive for additional development. You're right. We would not be able to count it as part of our housing element or as part of our inventory.
Right.
However, if sites are developed because of those incentives, then we would be able to count the production of units.
it
And
may
that
mean-
could be a good approach.
It may be reaching out to some of those property owners and saying, hey, would you be willing to do something different? We
Yeah.
won't rezone it completely, but do an overlay, because that may give us a tool. I'm trying to think about, what other tools, right, we can use.
Absolutely. I'll make maybe a little plug for, we are going to be back before you on December 12th with a long-range work program, and that could be an appropriate time to maybe establish that with a priority for where we want that to fall
Okay.
over the next year or so.
And then the other is just, the ADUs, and that is, somebody brought it up. Is there a way that we could incentivize ADUs if they were only deed restricted? And I'm not talking about in new development. So in rural areas where clearly the state already allows ADUs to be built by right based on legislation that was passed the last couple of years, could we have some type of incentive where we would allow an ADU to be built, but it would have to be deed restricted? That might be an option, and I don't know how easy that would be, but I'm trying to think of ways to make it a little bit easier to meet some of these numbers that don't require 20 to 30 units
Yeah.
per acre.
We can look into that. My understanding is that we can certainly count ADUs for moderate income, but in order to count them for low or very low, it would need a deed restriction. And applying a deed restriction to a single-family home for a 55-year period would be a very difficult
Very
proposition.
challenging, right?
Correct.
Because I own the property, it's deed restricted here, I want to sell it, so I'm selling my property, and I have to keep it deed restricted, that ADU. Makes it a little bit more challenging on property rights.
Right.
Okay, thank you. And I think there was, well, that's it for right now, but that's it for now. Thank you.
Did you have a question, Supervisor?
Yes,
I can't see your
before I just was asking, clarifying on the questions, I did have some comments.
Yeah.
Okay. Where to start here? I appreciate the creative thinking because I think that's the only way we're going to solve this problem for our communities, and not turn this over to the state, who won't be creative and will just place mandates on us that aren't good. One of the things we haven't talked today about is the design manual that you all have put together, which I think is excellent. And again, if the state takes over this program in any way, they don't have design manuals that try to protect the communities from how these projects look and how they interact. So I want to thank staff for that, as well as everything else we've thanked you for, because this isn't fun work, and you knew this was controversial, and you've really tried to give us as many options as you could think of. Can we phase the zoning changes? Because I do remain concerned that we have this huge buffer that is now zoned for all this that we may not need. Is there a way through whichever option we pick that we go closer, much closer to the mandate versus the recommendation and test it with either overlays or with an agreement that as those properties develop, we then identify a like upzoning to give it a chance to work, because we do want to plan our communities in a way that we put this development where it's best placed.
I think from staff's recommendation to the board would be that that you do establish some level of buffer. I think we know that there's enough uncertainty as it relates to the ADU discussion and potentially other projects that I think our professional recommendation to you would be that there needs to be some buffer. Now, how high that buffer goes, as I mentioned during staff presentation, we are recommending the more the merrier in terms of a buffer, but certainly we are seeking direction from the board as to what the level of buffer that the board feels comfortable with.
You know, what I was thinking about, and I completely understand what you have to do. Our job is maybe more with county council and taking more risk here on behalf of our residents. You have to make these recommendations, but we have the opportunity to potentially take that risk that we draw a line under the mandated numbers. And then those sites below are still studied in the environmental document, but they're not necessarily rezoned until needed. And that's how I think of a buffer, right? Your contingency when you're hiring a contractor to change out your windows, you know, you hope not to get into that, and you do your best not to have to get into it, and hope other programs. So it's just a thought I've been having of how we could, when it comes back after the environmental impact report, how we might address that.
I would just say in response that some property owners may not stay along for the ride.
Right.
You know, if a decision isn't made, right?
Yeah, I understand.
Are you suggesting just the number of RENA numbers and no buffer?
Or a much smaller number. I don't know. I'm just looking at trying to be as creative, because that's a state, it says state recommendation to include 15 to 30% buffer.
Right,
I understand why staff wants to be conservative in this approach so we don't come back through this process again, but it's a buffer it's called a buffer for a reason, and by upzoning these properties immediately is part of the concern I think you're hearing from the community. It's pushing our numbers much higher. That was one thought. The other, similar to Supervisor Gore, I agree with, is there anything more we can do to incentivize the ADU in the rural communities where, you know, people may choose to move into a smaller place on their property and rent out their main house, or have a caretaker living there that may qualify in an affordable category. As we get older, I know I like to have more help around the house. So I think, you know, maybe there's some programs like that that could generate more participation in our ADU program. I know we've done a lot with design, and the state has allowed them by right, but could we financially incentivize them with that deed restriction, just see what kind of appetite there is? That doesn't change so dramatically our entire community. I would still like to see, and I know this was kind of a mammoth undertaking, but I did ask about seeing what percentage of the current housing are in our various communities. And then I'd love to see a benchmark that every community takes some percentage equated to what their percentage of our residents are. I know we're here as a community, as a county, and I do feel it's been disproportionate on North Auburn and Penryn, because those numbers are very large. But if they were asked to take 20 or 30 units versus hundreds, it could be better received and not change so dramatically a community's character. And then, is there a way, the other question is, can we, and this is part of our long range in our general plan, to incentivize other programs for job growth and more of the mixed use? You know, if first floor is retail or office or job creation, and upper stories are housing, like we used to have in old downtown communities, right? Is there a way to incentivize some job growth near any proposed projects that we're having, or services for those? And yeah, I think those were the main things. I can't agree. And I did want to say to the community who thinks we're not listening, we're listening. I hope you hear how much we're all listening to your comments and understand the significance this is, and how frustrating it is for us to, you know, have Big Brother telling us to do something that we know our constituents don't want to see happen at this level. We know we have to be part of the solution, but how much makes sense for Placer County and our quality of life here. So I have a really hard time going with option 1. I prefer option 2 or something even with less buffer. Meet the mandated, whatever their mandates are, but I hate to go beyond their mandates. Thank you.
Supervisor Gore.
I just realized I had one more question. That is the question on the housing units in District 5. Is that 400 that's already planned to be built? Is that 406, the units here on the Government Center campus?
Yes.
So that's incorporated already?
Yes.
All right, that's helpful. Thank you.
Alrighty. My comments are, I am leaning towards option 1, but with less of a buffer. Is that something that we can accommodate to lessen that buffer? I mean, I don't know if 20% is enough to give us flexibility.
Yeah, so option 1 had a pretty significant buffer. I think it was over 50%. Yeah, certainly option 2 was a much less buffer. I want to say it was 30.
It was 20%.
24% buffer. So option 2, still falls within the range of the recommendation from HCD of 15 to 30%. So that's sort of within that recommended buffer amount.
So option 2 say that it is between 15 and 30%?
Yeah, it was 20. The option 2 is 24%, but as I said, it falls within the 15 to 30% recommended buffer from the state.
All right, good. And then I have some questions about some of the properties that have been discussed. Properties on the west side or the east side of 80 down in Penryn, the projects 21 and 22. I've been out there. I know those properties. I don't think that's feasible for any development as far as high density. Blitz Lane is another one. I mean, I drive Edgewood Road when Highway 49 is busy. I always use the, I've lived out there all my life, so I'm allowed to do that. But I know that is not a feasible place for this type of housing. And then the property out on Florence, again, that doesn't seem like it's feasible to me. It's so far out there. I remember it wasn't too long ago when Florence Lane was just a dirt road. And it was several years ago, probably about 15, maybe more, is when Placer High School District wanted to build a school out there. And that didn't work out because I heard a lot of comments from the people that lived out there. So I don't think that that's a feasible place, Florence Road. I don't think there's enough infrastructure. Highway 49 is a big concern to me as far as getting in and off of Highway 49 unless you're making a right-hand turn in or a right-hand turn out. So those are the 3 properties that I would like to see removed from the process. Okay, anyone else?
Yes, sir.
I can't see your lights.
And that's all right.
You've got your bottles in there and everything.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Oh, now you're really blocked.
Appreciate those comments. As we look at these lists, right, and I think our board clearly wants to have less of a buffer because we've heard the concerns of the residents, but I wouldn't just necessarily say cut them off at the 88 or 83. I think it's really looking at the individual parcels. You have now a guideline of like the criterion, but which one makes more sense? Because it makes less sense to do the one over off of where you've got several properties right near Edgewood and Blitz, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of properties right there. But maybe along Bell Road that's a little bit lower, that might be an option. There's property out there and it's along a highway and, it doesn't have all the services accessible to, or it's not as accessible to services, but people have cars in California, right? And it still is closer to Highway 49 and Highway I-80. So I think as you all look at that, I think you need to have some discretion in saying this is a better site than that versus just the ranking. I think looking at the sites will be helpful in trying to figure out what makes most sense.
And I would agree with that. I think from an environmental impact report, you're better to include more properties and then have us whittle those down through more public testimony at the end. I'd hate to get back here in May and have a great solution that the community gets behind and we haven't studied it and we therefore can't put it into our zoning. Does that make sense? Does it make sense to the rest of the board to?
Yeah, and we will proceed with the 74 sites as
All
part of the.
74.
Correct, so that.
And you'll post all 74, so everybody.
Well, that's a great point. We were not intending to post all 74. Part of the conversation was to whittle
It
down.
down.
And so if we weren't to proceed for further or with further consideration for all of the sites where there is where the property owners have indicated they are not interested in proceeding, then we wouldn't be moving forward. They would still be included in the EIR, but we wouldn't be we wouldn't be posting them. We wouldn't be further considering them when we bring them back.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to force this on a property owner.
Right.
I think that's really important to us, so you probably could take those out, unless some of those folks were willing to do an overlay, right? And have it not be a part of, I mean, it could be a part of this process, but if they'd be willing to allow for an overlay, you wouldn't rezone it, but at least you could study it. Would that?
It would still be a rezone, and it wouldn't have been part of our NOP and our project description, so it wouldn't be something that we'd be able to do as part of this effort.
Okay.
But certainly as a subsequent effort or something down the road, it would be something we could consider.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, any other comments from board members?
Well, I'm not sure then which ones are we posting? That's what we're going to give you direction on?
Right. So one of the things I heard was all unwilling participants, unwilling property owners, to drop them from further consideration.
Right.
On attachment C. The 74 are listed on attachment C.
What page is that?
It's page 253 of our board packet. I just want to be really clear because I don't want to walk away and then have the public or myself confused. Probably more me than them, but. So just looking at option 1, that list of option 1.
Yeah, so we don't have a list currently of all of the unwilling property owners.
Okay.
It would be
The option 1
it would be
rezone.
all of the properties in attachment C less the properties as part of option 1, right? Option 1 are all willing property owners. So we
Right.
would remove everyone
Else.
everyone else from the 74.
Are there some that should just pull out?
I think that's what Supervisor Holmes was suggesting. Which ones did you want to pull out of that list? 141,
Yeah,
140.
Blitz Lane, Florence Road, and the properties down on, by Penryn Plaza. Properties number 22 and 21.
So in response, I would just like to note that the two Penryn properties that you mentioned, those are unwilling participants. They'd be removed from the list
Yeah,
under the current
Yeah,
discussion.
they're unwilling, yeah.
The Blitz and Florence properties, they are willing participants, and so I know that there's discussion about what that buffer amount is, and I understand it to be that the board is interested in a smaller buffer and something maybe closer to what the requirement is. But once we start removing sites without the numbers behind it, then we're not sure where we're at in terms of meeting the requirement and providing some level of buffer.
Okay, so we really need to work out with the communities out there in those properties, so you understand their concerns.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I ask a point of clarification? I had asked Callie which ones were in option 3 that were property owners that hadn't opted in, right? And I know what those are. But then you have the balance, the additional, I don't know, 35 other properties that aren't on the original lists, right? Or on the option 1, 2, or 3, correct? There's another 30 properties on this list. How many of those are properties where owners didn't opt in?
So I actually have this information on one of the
Okay,
slides.
that would be super helpful because
Okay, so we've met with 45. There are 17 property owners of the overall 74 site list who want the existing zoning to remain, meaning they are not willing participants. There's 32 who are voluntary participants representing 35 sites. And again, this is specific to the larger 74 site list.
So the balance of the ones that have been studied or that are in the process of being studied, those are involuntary, like the Brady Lane ones?
So we are not removing any sites from the CEQA analysis. That
Okay.
is remaining regardless of what occurs today, because we wanted to ensure that if any of those sites are actually rezoned, that the analysis is there. So
Okay.
yes, those 17 sites owned by those property owners, their properties are going to be included in the CEQA analysis.
Okay, okay. So we're gonna have to work with you to figure out how we whittle this list down as we move forward. Okay.
Yeah, it seems like a first cut would be just to remove everyone that says that they want to be removed, and then from there, further discussion about the remaining sites.
Okay. Anyone else? So do you feel you have enough direction?
Do have enough direction in terms of how we're going to proceed with the notification. However, it would seem appropriate to bring that further review back in a workshop setting again to the board before we come back with final hearing, just to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay, good.
I think I understand now where we're at. I apologize for taking us off on a course. Can I just add one more thing for staff to think about? Is there any other way to incentivize smaller projects? You know, is that something that we as a board could do so that we don't have just these massive projects? I think that is a major concern. So be thinking about creative solutions there when we come back for a workshop. I'd love to hear what other jurisdictions have done on that.
Smaller projects would be more costly though.
They would, but there are some minimums that I know, having worked on Mercy, we talked about 100 units is kind of a break point for some of these versus 200-300 units.
Okay.
And the Dollar Creek, we're talking about 70 or something, so yeah,
so you
maybe
consider
some.
100 units is smaller, is that what you're? Just
Smaller than 300.
Yeah, okay, just want to make sure. All right, good. All right, are we good?
I believe so. I think we would want to be back before the board within the next couple of months, given the time constraints with this project.
Okay.
So just as a note.
Luckily, we have a great clerk for the board.
Yeah.
We can make that happen.
Okay, is there any action we don't need to take action on? You've got direction? Okay. So that concludes our meeting today. No, it doesn't? Oh, we have closed session, I'm sorry. The attorney speaks.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider 4 items of existing litigation and 3 items of potential litigation.
Are we ready? Oh, great clerk of the board. Are we ready? The board has just returned from closed session. We'll have county council report out.
The board met in closed session to consider the following. Under existing litigation, Miskowitz and Wilson were considered together. The board heard a report and provided direction on a 4-0 vote. Jones absent. Byron Chapman versus County, the board heard a report and provided direction on a 4-0 vote. Jones absent. Ortiz versus County of Placer, the board heard a report and provided direction on a 4-0 vote. Jones absent. Under anticipated litigation, the first item, the first potential case, the board heard a report, no action requested or taken. On the next item of potential litigation, the board heard a report and provided direction on a 4-0 vote. Jones absent. On the third item of potential litigation, the board heard a report and provided direction on a 4-0 vote. This concludes the report out of closed session.
Thank you, county council. And that concludes the business before the board today. And let's do it again tomorrow.